where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Welcome to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel with your top headlines from across the region. It's 7 a.m. in New York and 2 p.m. here in Israel. I'm Indy Naftali, and these are the latest developments coming to you live from Israel. The issue of the draft exemption bill is set to escalate today in the Knesset as the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee begin debating the revised draft. Their proposal would continue granting full-time yeshiva students military exemptions while weakening oversight and eliminating sanctions for draft evaders over the age of 26. The committee's own legal advisor had already warned the bill is unlikely to pass high court scrutiny and is not a conscription law. Criticism is pouring in from across the political spectrum. Former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant from the Likud called the bill inconceivable, accusing his own party of reaching, quote, a new low, and warning that within 15 years, 1 in 3 Jewish males may not serve in the IDF. He said he lost his job for refusing to back such a law, calling Haredi enlistment a military necessity. The Democrats' party leader, Yair Golan, said the bill permits draft evasion and will not survive Supreme Court review. The legislation, as is, would continue exempting full-time yeshiva students from military service, while also supposedly increasing conscription among Haredi graduates who finished their studies. However, the current bill removes various provisions from the previous draft that were intended to ensure that those registered for yeshiva studies are actually studying and cancels all sanctions on draft evaders when they turn 26. The coalition is expected to push ahead with the bill, setting up a major legal and political showdown. And now the body of return hostage Dror Or was finally laid to rest yesterday at Kibbutz Be'eri. He was buried alongside his wife Yonat, who was also murdered on October 7th. Family, friends, and community members gathered for an emotional farewell as his sons Yahli and Noam and his brother Elad recited the mourner's Kaddish. Dror Or was long thought to be a living hostage until intelligence revealed he had been killed on October 7th and his body taken into Gaza. Elad Or, a central figure in the hostages' family forum, delivered a heartbreaking eulogy, speaking of their 38 years together and calling for leadership that will ensure such a tragedy never happens again. Dror's body was returned to Israel last week after being transferred from Hamas to the Red Cross in Gaza. Next, Pope Leo XIV has arrived in Lebanon, where he issued a call on Lebanese leaders to recommit to stability and urge the national community not to abandon the country's struggling population. The visit comes as Lebanon grapples with economic collapse and border tensions with Hezbollah, with the Pope calling for restraint, humanity, and a path back to dialogue. In his address at Bab Daval Palace, the Pope issued a statement on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, declaring that only a negotiated two-state solution can bring a just and lasting peace. He warned that the region cannot endure another generation of war and said both sides must show courage to show dignity over violence. Take a listen to his speech.
La Santa Sede già da diversi anni pubblicamente appoggia la proposta di una soluzione di 2 stati. Sappiamo tutti che in questo momento ancora Israele non accetta quella soluzione, ma lo vediamo come l'unica soluzione che potrebbe offrire una soluzione al conflitto che continuamente vivono. Noi siamo anche amici di Israele e cerchiamo, con le 2 parti a essere diciamo, una voce mediatrice che possa aiutare a avvicinarci a una soluzione con giustizia per tutti.
Today is day 787 of the war in Gaza. The ceasefire is generally holding, but local clashes continue. The IDF confirms that the commander of Hamas's East Rafah battalion, his deputy, and 2 other operatives were killed yesterday after they tried to escape a tunnel complex in eastern Rafah, an area under full IDF control where dozens of Hamas terrorists remain trapped underground. The 4 were spotted emerging from the tunnel and were killed by IDF troops and Air Force strikes. One of the operatives eliminated yesterday was identified as the son of senior Hamas official Ghazi Hamad. The army says more than 30 terror operatives have been killed in the recent weeks as they attempted to flee, with another 8 captured. Hamas sources estimate 60 to 80 of their members are still holed up below the city. Israel refuses any deal that allows terrorists free passage and continues to demand Hamas's disarmament, a core element of President Trump's 20-point Gaza plan. The IDF believes the remaining operatives are running out of food and supplies. With me to break down the current status of this is Dr. Eric Mendel, founder and director of the Middle East Political and Information Network. Eric, thank you for joining me.
My pleasure.
Dr. Mendel, with the ceasefire mostly holding but clashes continuing, how stable is the current situation in Rafah from a military perspective?
I think the ceasefires, whether we're talking specifically in Gaza or we're talking about in the north with Lebanon and Syria, is going to be how long will the greater question is how long will President Trump tolerate Israel's post-October 7 strategy of preemption? That when there's any provocation, that Israel can act. So in Gaza, when you see people crossing, terrorists crossing the yellow line, they're struck. It's not looked aside. When you're in the north, when you see Hezbollah rearming, when you look in Syria and you see foreign militias and Israel goes in, this is the new October 7th preemption. And the world doesn't like it, but there's only one person who really needs to be convinced that this needs to continue for long-term quiet. I won't use the word peace. I think that word is used incorrectly. When you're dealing with people, whether you're dealing with Hamas or Hezbollah or many of the Islamist Sunni jihadists in Syria, armed resistance is their core ideology. And so we're looking for quiet, and the idea, the fantasy that we're going to have peace in Gaza, peace in Lebanon, I think that is asking way too much, certainly at this stage.
And speaking of ceasefires, how likely is the ceasefire in Lebanon to hold?
That is, it's funny. I have a piece today in Jerusalem Post, and I think that may be the most precarious of the situations. The president has allowed Israel to strike, since it's a year now since the ceasefire, to strike sometimes twice a day Hezbollah actions as they try to rebuild both south and north of the Litani River. There were 2 UN Security Council resolutions, 1701, that said that Hezbollah can't be below the Litani River, and there's 1559 that they should be disarmed everywhere. The Lebanese armed forces and the government is both unwilling and incapable, even if willing, to confront Hezbollah. And Iran has sent over $1 billion that has been reported to them that they want to remember, they're playing the long game. They are trying to rebuild their proxy. This was their primary proxy that's there, and they are not giving up. So Israel and that ceasefire hangs by a thread very often. But again, if they're playing the long game, don't be fooled if it turns out to be more quiet for periods of time. They have not changed that core ideology of armed resistance.
Dr. Mendel, why is the Lebanese government so hesitant to confront Hezbollah?
This is a fragmented country that has had many civil wars, and Hezbollah is a very different place where it is, and Lebanon, I should say, is a very different place than what it was 50 years ago. You have a population there that is predominantly Shiite. The Lebanese armed forces is perhaps 40% Shiite, of which many are under the influence of Hezbollah. And so they don't want to confront them. And so again, they don't have the strength. Their Lebanese armed forces, some will say, is underpaid, but it's unwilling to do anything. And again, anything to avoid another civil war. So Hezbollah, despite being weakened by Israel, by the amazing things that Israel did to degrade them, is still the dominant force in Lebanon, the state within the state. Again, just like Hamas is still the dominant and growing strength force in 47% of Gaza. These terrorist groups are very similar in that way.
And can you share anything with us about how the people of Lebanon feel about this impending situation potentially with Israel?
Well, I don't think the Lebanese people you're talking about, you have the Christians and and the Druze and the Sunni Muslims and the Shiite Muslims. And there's so much sectarian dislike that's there, and the government is forced to be to divide its power, but that has sort of eclipsed the demographic that has changed. I think a lot of the Lebanese people would like to have quiet, but that's not their decision. Their decision is Hezbollah's choice. Just like the people of Gaza, maybe many of them would like to have peace and quiet, at least for the time, even if they profoundly dislike Israel and want it destroyed. It's Hamas's choice. So we cannot project how we and our Western mentalities, whether you're Israeli or I as an American, would act in these situations. We're not under an armed jihadist group. Whether it's Shiite or Sunni. We're not under the influence of Iran, which again is willing to give tremendous amounts of money to, for example, to Hezbollah, and if it could, would send to Hamas. Even if there's a water crisis, and they have to evacuate Tehran, the armed resistance takes precedence, and we can't understand that. We still think making people's lives better is the path going forward. Reconstruction, humanitarian aid, all important, all things that should be considered. But that's not what motivates jihadists, whether Sunni or Shiite.
What is Iran's interest in pressuring Israel from the northern front versus other fronts?
I think they would like to pressure them from every front. I have written much and spoken in Congress a lot to not take your eye off of Judea and Samaria, the West Bank. As they are reconstituting their ring of fire, that is a hot place. And you see what just had happened up in Jenin recently. It's happening all the time. That this may be the front that they want to reactivate first. They may find it the easiest. And then you have international leaders like President Macron saying Hamas is not in the West Bank, which is insanity. Hamas is there. In fact, if Israel had not continued its presence since 2003 in Operation Defensive Shield, the West Bank would be Hamastan, would have looked more like Gaza. That's only the reason that you're able to lower the flames that's in the West Bank. So Iran wants to reconstitute for the long run its ring of fire. Judea, Samaria, a major part. They'd like to destabilize Jordan next door, make that a state that fails, which would go against my American national security interests as a linchpin of stability there, but it is precarious. And they want to reignite Hezbollah, but again, they have patience. We think that if things are quiet for 6 months, you can go and make and rebuild and trust. No, it's distrust, then verify. That should be the American idea. And again, we did not distrust enough al-Shura in the north. You have still what happened with Israel. They had to have an action against foreign fighters in Syria. It's too complex for Americans to understand. And the administration just wants to have a victory and sweep this under the table and move on. But this is going to continue for a very long time. And that's what I would guide my administration about, is to be patient and give Israel the leeway. That's the best way. Continue the preemptive actions. And that's the best way for deterrence and some containment, not what Israel had pre-October 7th.
And turning back to Gaza, what does the elimination of Hamas's East Rafah battalion commander and his deputy tell about the organization's operational capacity right now?
We keep hearing, we had people going back a year, back into the Biden administration saying, look, Israel, you've done so much against Gaza. Enough's enough. They don't have the leaders. They don't have this. They are going to keep resurrecting. There's always somebody who will take their place. People don't understand that there are still 20,000 plus estimated terrorists that are in Gaza. Since the ceasefire, Hamas is much, much stronger. They've defeated some of the other some of their other adversaries that are there. You saw their summary executions that went on in Gaza. They are the dominant force that's there. They're not going away. They have their eyes on the other half of Gaza to go there. There will be somebody, you're not going down. There will be somebody else to come. Maybe they're less experienced, but they'll become experienced in war. And then the question is, who is going to disarm and demilitarize, according to the UN Security Council resolution, the 20-point plan, Hamas? The International Stabilization Force, the Palestinian police, none of them are going to do that. And it's only IDF. And that's when the world will really turn against Israel. And how long will the Trump administration stay strong with Israel when the IDF has to go back in, because it is the only one willing and capable of degrading it. And with 80% of the Palestinian population in that western part of Gaza, you're going to see, and they're going to use human shields again, and their tunnel network is still in place, mainly. There's a lot of things going ahead that Israel is going to have to really make President Trump understand that it is in American security interests to help Israel remain strong there.
And I wanted to ask about the tunnels that you just mentioned. The IDF says 60 to 80 Hamas terrorists remain trapped underground. And first of all, how accurate do you think that estimate is, and how does it shape Israel's strategy?
I don't have any inside information. I had heard originally in the beginning there was 200, and obviously some have been killed. We don't know if some have escaped. As far as Israel's strategy, Israel has to, in this area, has to eliminate, and hopefully they will surrender these terrorists, whatever they decide to do with them, send them to Gaza, arrest them would be my preference, and interrogate them so they can find the tunnel networks. Israel, to just on its side, on the eastern side of Gaza, with those tunnel networks, it's going to take a very long time to go down and find what's there. Will it change Israel's strategy in the long term? No. This is just another tactical action that Israel has to take along the way as part of a grand strategy of trying to degrade Hamas. And if we don't end up otherwise living in an East Germany, West Germany scenario with a strong Hamas and that's been rearmed in one half and Israel in the other half. Having said that, if you look at this, if we thought about this even 6 months ago, that Israel would have had all its live hostages back, almost all of the remains of those who were deceased, and still control half of Gaza, and in the end of the 20-point plan, still be able to keep a perimeter that's there, that's a win. So if you have this almost completed first phase is a win. I never really expected to get to phase 2 of what's going on. And phase 2 is demilitarization, disarmament, and that is a long way off. Hamas is not about to do that.
Got it. Well, Dr. Mandel, thank you so much for your fascinating insights.
It's my pleasure, India.
Prime Minister Netanyahu's request for a presidential pardon to end his corruption trial has been transmitted to the Pardons Department in the Ministry of Justice, which will collect opinions from legal authorities, then pass them to the president's legal advisor. Only after that will the president make a final decision. Netanyahu formally submitted the pardon request to President Herzog, seeking to end his long-running corruption trial, charges of fraud, bribery, and breach of trust. He stressed the move served the national interest, arguing that the trial is tearing Israel apart and that the country needs a restoration of unity. Prime Minister also points to the President U.S. Donald Trump's call for an immediate end to the trial so the two leaders can coordinate on strategic regional opportunities. Coalition supporters, including ministers and partners of Netanyahu, called the pardon a necessary step to heal deep social divisions and enable government focus on security challenges. But opposition leaders and democracy watchdogs warn that giving clemency before a verdict without admission of guilt or political retirement would strike a serious blow to the rule of law and equality before the law. President Herzog characterized the request as extraordinary, stating he will consider it seriously and responsibly. And with us to discuss this controversial bill is Mitchell Barak, a political solutionist and former advisor to President Shimon Peres. Mitchell, thank you for joining us today.
You.
Mitchell, as someone who worked in the Beit HaNasi and served as an advisor to President Shimon Peres himself, what can you tell us about the institution of the presidency and specifically about the power of the president to pardon?
Well, the power of pardon for the president of Israel is only one of two powers that he has. The president, by law, determines the mandate of who will form the government after an election, after consulting with all the parties that he has to do, and he has the power of pardon. Now, I worked in Beit HaNasi, and I have to tell you, my personal feeling is that the institute of the presidency in Israel is one of the greatest dangers of democracy, and nobody realizes it. It actually can be a check and balance on the Israeli political system and the Israeli justice system, because the president determines both who can form the next government based on consultations, not necessarily on the numbers, and the president can pardon criminals and people that he feels were unjustly convicted or served their sentences. The problem is for a check and a balance, it's not really independent, the presidency. Almost every president in modern history has come from the voting body of the presidency, which is the Knesset. 61 members of Knesset have to vote for the president of Israel. And guess what? In almost all cases in the last few decades, it's been someone that either served in the Knesset or is even currently serving in the Knesset. And as an added bonus, sometimes they get elected because they free up a Knesset seat for some other political hack or even free up a ministry. That is kind of an inbuilt political corruption to the system, because this is a person that could actually stand outside of the system and be a check and a balance. And presidents have the right to pardon. So isn't it a conflict of interest that Herzog is now going to determine whether to give Netanyahu a pardon, someone he's worked with for the past number of decades? And many political former politicians who are convicted have also gotten pardons from presidents. But the greatest danger to democracy, and I've written about this in the past when the judicial reform was going through, is that the president has the power to pardon, and almost every president pardons about 400 people a year, which interestingly enough is about the same number that the US president pardons every year. But we're a much smaller country. The other issue that's really dangerous to democracy is we have no idea who those 400 people are, because the president is not required by law to publicize who he pardons. In fact, the president is supposed to protect the identity and the person who is convicted of a crime and then pardoned, because their right to privacy is more important than the public's right to know. Well, that is a very, very dangerous system where a president can pardon criminals, whatever they've done, and not have to report. And we as the public have no idea who that is and who the president has pardoned. So it's a great place to work, Beit HaNasi, because there's not a lot of political pressure, because the president is elected for a 7-year term. So he's not worried about elections. So you can really chart a course over those 7 years of what's going to be done. But there's an inherent conflict of interest and danger to the very institution of the Israeli presidency.
Now, Mitchell, this might seem like a basic question for those of us in Israel, but to those who are abroad, could you break down the difference in the role of the president in Israel versus the prime minister before I get into some deeper questions?
Well, as I said previously, the president is the figurehead of Israel, okay? He only has 2 jobs. He has to consult with all the political parties after an election. He has to call them to his office for a meeting. He has to ask them who do they recommend to form the next government. He has to think about it some more. Maybe he's going to talk to his advisors, and then he determines who he wants to bestow the 21-day mandate to try and form a government, and then can extend it afterwards. Now, he's not obligated to pick the largest number of people. He does have to see who has the greatest chance. Doesn't have to be the largest party, could be a small party. That's really the only job he has in the 7 years, and the power to pardon based on whatever he determines, in some coordination with the Justice Ministry, meaning the Justice Ministry does have to weigh in, but he gets the ultimate decision. He gives speeches. He's not required by law to give speeches. When a visiting head of state comes, he's the person that would meet that visiting head of state, but the prime minister actually runs the government. And the government is all the ministries. The government is elected by the Knesset. The prime minister is elected by the Knesset as well, based on the number of seats and representation, and they run the government. And the prime minister and the president sits on the side, waits for elections, and waits for those pardon requests. And he also cuts a lot of ribbons. And it's really kind of a bully pulpit in a positive or negative sense, meaning that the president can determine what issues he wants to get behind, what issues he wants to promote, and what policies he wants to promote. Now, working for Shimon Peres, he did a great job with the presidency. He started with the electric cars, which he enlisted Shai Agassi, and they had this electric car idea, and it didn't go well. And then he moved on to brain science. And he figured Israel could be a world leader in brain science. And he used the office of the presidency to bring together many scientists, many hospitals, many investors, and try and make Israel a world center for brain research. So he's used that as to what he wants to do. And that's what every president can do, decide what issues they want to promote and promote them. But the fact of the matter is, determine after an election who forms the next government and give pardons. That's what the president does.
Yeah, thank you for breaking that down. It's not always clear for those who may be watching from abroad, so it's really useful. Now, the president called this request from the prime minister, quote, extraordinary. From a legal and historical perspective, how unusual is it for a prime minister to seek a pardon mid-trial?
Well, I don't think we've ever had a prime minister on trial before. We've had a former prime minister, Olmert, who was convicted and went to jail after he was prime minister. And we have never had a prime minister on trial like we do. In fact, a minister is not allowed to be on trial. Once indicted, a minister has to resign. And Netanyahu did have to resign all of the ministerial portfolios that he was holding. He is on trial, so it's unprecedented that he has to go on trial while he's prime minister. And also the request for a pardon is also obviously unprecedented. And what's really interesting and typically Israeli in a chutzpah way is that he requested a pardon and, number one, did not admit any guilt. And number two, said that he wants to unify the country and the pardon will unify. Well, he spent the last few years kind of dividing people, and the very act of asking for a pardon is dividing the country politically. So he continues to divide people, and that's kind of one of his goals as we're now going into the election season. And this asking for a pardon probably means that he's thinking about elections. And this is how he's getting ready for elections, by asking for the pardon, and he wins if he gets the pardon, and he wins if he doesn't.
What is the likelihood of this pardon being granted?
We don't know, because we don't know. First of all, Herzog is going to consult people, and really he's going to look at it probably not from a legal perspective, but more of a political and more of a national perspective. Is this good for the people of Israel right now? Is this good for Netanyahu? Does it mean he's going to admit that he's guilty? I think if Netanyahu would say, listen, I'm ready to step down from politics, he would have a lot of people that would be behind this. But at the end of the day, I think there's one thing that's on Herzog's mind, and that is, how is it going to look for Isaac Herzog legacy as president of Israel if he grants Netanyahu the pardon? And how is it going to look on the legacy of Isaac Herzog if he denies Netanyahu's pardon? And those are the two things that I think he has to weigh.
So just one last question. Looking forward, if Herzog does approve the pardon, does this close the chapter on Netanyahu's legal challenges for good?
Well, it'll close the challenges of Netanyahu when it comes to bribery and the other things that he's on trial for in the three cases he's on trial for. But it doesn't close it for October 7th, and it doesn't close it for a National Commission of Inquiry. What is interesting, though, is, as usual, Netanyahu is a master of the media, and he has shifted the debate away from who's responsible for October 7th, away from, oh, the ultra-Orthodox Haredim are about to get legislation. They're trying to push through legislation so that they won't have to serve in the army and can continue
Thank you, Mitchell.
studying in yeshivas. And he shifted the focus away from all of that right now. And
Thank you very
everything is
much.
about his pardon.
That's been incredible, and we thank you for your insights.
Thank you.
That's for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest updates coming out of Israel. My name is India Naftali. Thanks for watching.
When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Caleb Ben David. Each week we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. In a targeted airstrike on Beirut, the IDF eliminates Hezbollah military chief Haitham Ali Tabatabai and 4 other top figures in the Iran-backed terror movement. Israeli forces on the Lebanese border go on alert, and the IDF holds a snap drill as Hezbollah vows retaliation, saying the strike crosses a red line. The remains handed over by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad terror group from Gaza are identified as Dror Or, who was killed along with his partner Yonat at Kibbutz Be'eri during the October 7th attack, and his 2 children kidnapped and later returned. That leaves 2 deceased hostages, Ron Givli and Thai worker Sudthasik Rinthalik, still held in Gaza. In 2 incidents, IDF forces eliminate 11 armed terrorists who emerged from tunnels in the Rafah area. In northern Gaza, soldiers in the 188th Brigade gunned down a terrorist approaching troops in a threatening manner amid ongoing clashes with Palestinians who continue trying to infiltrate the Israeli-controlled Green Zone of Gaza. Forces from the IDF's Duvdevan Commando Unit and the Shin Bet eliminate Sultan al-Khani, the terrorist who in August 2024 bludgeoned to death Gidon Perry with a hammer while he worked security at the Bar On industrial area. Al-Khani was tracked down to a home near Jenin and killed in a shootout with Israeli forces. And now our big story. The Gaza war may officially be over, but there are on other fronts, the IDF continues to battle against the resurgent Hamas, against Hezbollah in Lebanon, and against terror factions in Judea and Samaria, and of course the Iranian octopus that stands behind them all. Yet even in the midst of all this, mounting tensions between the top political and security echelons threaten to complicate, perhaps even compromise this task. Defense Minister Israel Katz and IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir are publicly feuding to an unprecedented degree over military appointments, requiring the personal intervention of Prime Minister Netanyahu. But behind the discord is a far bigger issue: the open question of why Israel was so unprepared for the October 7th attack, how to best investigate that matter, and what conclusions need to be drawn. More in this report from Sivan Raviv.
The dismissals and decisions follow the findings of the Turjuman Committee, a panel tasked with reviewing the IDF's internal investigations into both operational and intelligence breakdowns before, during, and immediately after the October 7th assault. Among the most consequential moves, Major General Oded Basyuk, who headed the IDF Operations Directorate on October 7th, has been removed from reserve duty entirely. Major General Shlomi Binder, who led the Operations Division at the time and today serves as Chief of Military Intelligence, received a formal reprimand but will retire only at the end of his current term. Former Military Intelligence Chief Major General Aharon Khaliva, one of the first to publicly accept responsibility, was dismissed from reserve service in a phone call. He reportedly told Zamir he still expects a full state commission of inquiry. And former Southern Command Chief Major General Yaron Finkelman, who resigned after the attacks but remained in service, will now completely end his military career and be removed from the reserves. More officers are also facing consequences.
כלל האנשים ששמם יקשר מעתה והלאה לאותם מסקנות אישיות הם טובי מפקדינו. כולם תרמו את מרבית חייהם לצה"ל ולמדינת ישראל. לרובם המוחלט יש נגיעה ישירה בהצלחות המבצעיות שצה"ל הגיע אליהם בשנתיים האחרונות. יש לנו אחריות כלפיהם גם כחברה. ההתייחסות שלנו אליהם תשפיע גם על דור המפקדים הבא וגם על אלה הנושאים בו היום. אל לנו להיות ארץ אוכלת מפקדיה. אין לנו את הפריבילגיה הזו. הולך תמים ופועל צדק ודובר אמת בלבבו. אמשיך להוביל את צה"ל לאורה של האמת ומתוך אחריות ודבקות במשימה.
Zamir says these are only the first steps and that full accountability requires an external, system-wide review. But the government continues to oppose a formal state commission of inquiry, arguing that the nation is too divided to withstand such a process during an ongoing conflict. Opponents, from former commanders to October 7th survivor groups, insist that anything short of a full independent commission leaves key political decisions untouched and risks bearing the most painful lessons.
And joining us now for more on this and other issues is Yaakov Katz, an American-born Israeli journalist. He's the former editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post and the author of 4 books on the Israeli military, most recently, While Israel Slept, How Hamas Surprised the Most Powerful Military in the Middle East, which was co-written with Amir Buchbut. Yaakov, thanks for joining us on Security Brief.
Great to be with you, Khalif.
Well, let's get, first of all, to the question posed by your book, a very complicated one that is an issue of debate in Israel. Why did Israel sleep in the days, weeks, months, maybe even years leading to the October 7th attack?
In short, this was not something that was just a tactical error. There were, of course, mistakes that were on the ground. The intelligence misread the information. They didn't interpret it right. They weren't able to imagine, essentially, what Hamas was able to do. They had alarms and alerts, and they saw things that were moving on the ground, but they couldn't put the pieces together. There was the breakdown in defense. There was the trouble with the deployment of the IDF to the border, to those borderline communities on October 7th. All this went wrong, but this was a system failure. There were policies that were put into place. For example, the policy of containment. Over a period of years, we knew that Hamas was our enemy. We knew they had genocidal intentions. We were fighting a war with them every 2 years on average since Israel pulled out of Gaza in the summer of 2005. But we never believed this was possible. We thought you could kick the can down the road. You could buy them off with money. They wanted economic prosperity, when in reality, this was all deception on its way to the attack on October 7th.
But why was this failure to imagine that? I mean, were there not people in the establishment who gave that warning, said Hamas is going to be motivated by its jihadist ideology, suicidal as it may have been, rather than practical considerations of containing control of Gaza?
I think that essentially what happened here is over the years there was an incubation and the cultivation of this policy, this prism, the concepция, as we call it in Hebrew, through which everyone within the system, in the political echelon and in the defense establishment, looked at the Gaza Strip. On the one hand, we had a technological advantage, or we thought. We had Iron Dome to intercept their rockets. When they started to dig tunnels and we saw them pop out in the summer of 2014 during Operation Protective Edge, we built an underground wall and a system to detect when they were digging tunnels. So we thought we were impenetrable. we also had bigger fish to fry. Netanyahu himself writes this in his autobiography that comes out in 2022, just a year before the attack in October, where he says when the people like Naftali Bennett, Avigdor Lieberman, and he was back in the cabinet with them in that operation in 2014, wanted to invade Gaza and send troops on the ground, he said no, because he had to stay focused on Iran. He had to stay focused on Hezbollah. And I can't say he's necessarily wrong, but altogether what that did was it created this belief that we can contain Hamas. We know they're there. We know they're an enemy. But between our technological advantage, between our forces that are there, if, God forbid, they were to try something, we will be okay. But in the end, we weren't. And that's the reality.
Right. So that's the strategic failure. There were, as you say, tactical failures. For example, not listening to the warnings made by the female observers on the border. The army has to be held accountable for that. The chief of staff, Ayal Zamir, says the army is taking care of its business, but is it? That's one of the questions being asked.
I mean, look, I'll tell you, if I look at the IDF right now, I mean, they failed miserably. And all of these officers who have now been removed from their positions have already stepped down. My heart goes out to them because I think these are people who have dedicated their lives for the defense of the state of Israel, but they failed and they should be held accountable. That's how it works. And when you fail, that is your responsibility and you need to be held responsible. So we see that with the head of military intelligence, head of the Southern Command, head of the operations director, and Herzi Halevi, the former chief of staff who stepped down, as well as Ronain Bar, the former head of the Shin Bet. What happened this week, though, with these investigations that now came out, the Sami Turjaman panel, essentially, Herzi Halevi, when he was chief of staff, set up shortly after the war began different teams to investigate different parts of the IDF. When he was replaced earlier this year by General Zamir as the new chief of staff, they together agreed that all of these commissions that had been set up internally by the IDF needed another review. That's the Turjaman panel. Comes Israel Katz and says, you know what? Not enough. I want another review of the Turjaman commission that investigated and reviewed already the IDF. I'm sorry, Kalev, it's ridiculous. The military has investigated itself not once, but twice. Now Katz wants a third time. Let me ask you, and we both know the answer, how many times has the political echelon, has the government
we'll get to that in a minute, but there is a basic law put into place after the Yom Kippur War that asserts civilian authority over the military. That is the argument the defense minister is saying, that it's not enough for the army to investigate, the military to investigate itself. It also has to go to the
100%, and I'll be the first to also totally agree. We're a democracy. In a democracy, the military is subordinate to the government. The government gives the orders, the military execute those orders. That's how it should always work, and I hope it continues to work that way. However, how much do we need the military to beat itself up, right? And you know what? No problem. Have a civilian authority or body investigate the military, but also look into the political echelon. That's what's called the State Commission of Inquiry, and that's exactly what this government is trying to avoid having to set up.
Again, the argument they're making is that we are, even though the Gaza war is officially over, Israel is still still in battle on multiple fronts.
You know, Kalev, during the war, Prime Minister Netanyahu said a number of times, first of all, he refused to take responsibility. He never apologized for the failures of October 7th, as opposed to the other people, the heads of the IDF, the heads of the Shin Bet, and other officials within the security establishment. I put that aside for a moment. He is a politician.
Right.
The reason that there wasn't a commission of inquiry, he said, is because we're still fighting. Already over a month ago, the 20 living hostages came back. The war de-escalated from the high-intensity stage to the stage we're at now, which is kind of this status quo, waiting to see what's going to happen, and if the Trump plan will move to what's called the second stage, phase 2. We don't know if it will. Hopefully it will. But now there is a perfect opportunity to set this up. What does the government, though, go ahead and do? It says, we're not doing a state commission of inquiry. We're not going to do what the Israeli law allows, what has been done for decades, what happened after the Yom Kippur War when we had the Agranat Commission. That we're not going to do. What he did is he set up 10 ministers, put them on a panel, said, you guys go take 45 days and think about what is the mandate of any commission that we as a government are going to create. Let me ask you a question, Kalev. You've been in this business for a long time. Does it sound normal that somebody who's being investigated is going to choose who is going to investigate them? I mean, I'm going to be a suspect in a crime. I'll go to the police station and I'll say, you know what, line up, let me do auditions for whoever's going to question me. It doesn't work that way. We need an independent commission and body that can look at the entire system. This is something that goes deep. And I understand why the government wants to avoid it, because they know what will potentially be discovered.
Well, there will be elections anyway in the coming year that probably will determine eventually whether there'll be such a commission or not. Let's talk about, you mentioned phase 2 of the Gaza plan. Let's move on to from what was to where we are now. As you mentioned before, now there are now only 2 deceased hostages left in Gaza. It does appear this is the time to move to phase 2. How do you see that developing? What do you think is most likely now going to happen?
I wish I could say I'm optimistic. I mean, Israel is in control now of about 57% of the Gaza Strip. Hamas in charge of about 43%. So let's say 53 and 47, sorry. So it's about 50-50. We have the yellow line. We have that perimeter. They have their area. Hamas has reasserted its control. They are the sovereign ruler now in that half of Gaza that they control. They're out back on the streets. They're armed. They're wearing their masks, their green headbands. They're still there. We have Hamas operatives and terrorists who are also in the part that Israel is controlling. How does the disarmament work in this case? Do we really think that they're going to willingly give up their weapons? Do we think that this so-called ISF, International Stabilization Force, which is one of the points of the Trump 20-point plan, is supposed to be assembled from countries all over the world, from Egypt and Saudi Arabia and the UAE and maybe Turkey and Qatar? They're going to come in and disarm Hamas? We know that's not going to happen. Also, disarmament. Does that not include the tunnels? And if it includes the tunnels and there's about 150, 200 miles left, who's going to do that? This is a meticulous, very complicated task. Not to mention, where's the governing entity that's supposed to rule over Gaza that does not include Hamas? My point is, there are huge obstacles in the way, huge challenges. I think there's a lot of wishful thinking on the part of the Americans, and this is being led, we have to say, by the Trump administration. For now, Israel's playing ball, but as long as this is the situation and Hamas does not willingly give up its weapons, and let's be honest, nobody's going to come in and take it away from them and risk a clash with Hamas, it's going to be left up to us. And that will mean, potentially at some point in the future, a re-engagement and a renewal of the high-intensity stage of this conflict. Right, but that will be a very different Gaza. And Israel will be operating the IDF on a very difficult battlefield because, as you said, there is talk of introducing this ISF foreign forces, at least into parts of Gaza. The U.S. now has a role, and it seems like, in many ways, a decision-making role with Gaza from their new command center. Is the IDF going to be able to function within effectively within these new parameters? Look at what's happening in the north, because it's a good way to reflect on the south. In the north, we've had this UNIFIL force, right, the UN peacekeeping force in southern Lebanon for the last couple of decades. It has been it's hindered the IDF's ability to operate. It undermines operational freedom because you might see a Hezbollah guy and then see UN Spanish or Italian, French peacekeeping forces that are nearby. It makes it more difficult. Their mandate has not been renewed. They are going to phase out. The army is happy about that. Now, look at Gaza. If we now have this ISF there and Hamas rebuilds tunnels, hides its arms inside facilities right next to where these international soldiers and forces are based, will the Israeli army be able to operate, or will its hands once again be tied? I'm not sure that Israel is ecstatic about the possibility of these forces, and definitely not excited about the option that you're going to have Turkish and Qatari forces on the ground. Well, forces, my understanding is not going to happen. But whatever role they will play is a role that Israel does not want to see. This is the Muslim Brotherhood, and Hamas being a outgrowth of the Muslim Brotherhood. We don't want to see that axis return and start to take hold inside the Gaza Strip. All right. Well, since you mentioned the North, let's discuss it, because very big news out of Beirut of today, of course, the targeted killing of the really military commander, or the number 2, basically, of Hezbollah. You paint the scenario where it seems it's almost inevitable for another round of Israel against Hamas. Is that the same scenario developing in the north? Look, we're talking the week of the 1-year anniversary to the ceasefire that we struck with the American mediation back a year ago in November of 2024 between Israel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a shadow of its former self. However, if we look at what's happened over the last year, Israel has been doing what I like to call mowing the lawn. It's been operating, taking out trucks of weapons, taking out arms that it's discovered, killed over 300 Hezbollah operatives and terrorists over the last year. What happened this week with the elimination in the Dachia neighborhood, the Hezbollah stronghold of Beirut, when it took out the senior Hezbollah military commander, the number 2 in the organization, is definitely an escalation, but it's meant to do 2 things. One, sow more chaos and confusion within Hezbollah, make their ability to launch attacks or to rebuild even more difficult, but also, and no less important, send a message to the Lebanese government, the official government, you got to collect the weapons and disarm Hezbollah. That was supposed to happen. A year has passed and nothing has happened.
It's a very parallel, a similar situation in Gaza.
Exactly.
Who is going to actually do the dirty work of getting Hezbollah and Hamas to lay down their arms?
And unfortunately, Kalev,
right,
when we look at the reality, no one's willing to do it. And it falls on Israel. And Israel will have to make a tough decision, definitely when it comes to Gaza, and of course also with Lebanon. Israel doesn't want to renew the war there. But if we don't stop Hezbollah and we don't keep up this policy of preemption, which is good now, but will we be able to keep it up long term? I'm not sure. They will rebuild. The Iranians want them to rebuild. They're keeping that relationship very close. The Hezbollah has a desire to rebuild its forces, definitely in the north, but also they want to start to move below the Litani River into southern Lebanon. And Israel's going to have to decide which way it goes. And we can't forget, though, that in Lebanon, the reality is even more complex because you have a government that is backed by the French, backed by the United States. Unfortunately, though, it was only a few months ago that we were hearing about prospects of maybe some sort of normalization one day with Lebanon. That doesn't seem to be anywhere in the cards at the moment.
It certainly doesn't. And again, you raised the Iranians, their role in it. They're helping Hezbollah to rearm. They themselves are reportedly rebuilding their nuclear facilities. Again, is what we experienced in June just round 1 of perhaps another shooting war with Iran?
From what I hear from officials, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. Right? Iran, the axis was on decline. And in decline. And that was the re-engineering that Israel has created here. And by the way, with everything we said before about the Netanyahu government, they deserve the credit for this re-engineering in the Middle East over the last 2 years. But with that said, it has to be maintained. And Iran is rebuilding its nuclear facilities. It's trying to rearm its ballistic missiles many of them were fired at Israel, over 500, and Israel also was able to destroy many of them, and their missile launchers, and air defense systems. They're working with China, they're working with Russia, they're doing some of it domestic. If we allowed them to keep doing this, imagine that missile threat. Look at what just about 500 missiles fired at Israel, 10% land here, about 50, kill about 30 people, cause extensive damage. That was with about 2,000, 2,500 missiles that they had, about 400 missile launchers. Now imagine that number is double, or God forbid, triple. What firepower they would have and what that could potentially do to the state of Israel in the next round. This will have to be maintained somehow. So either we have 2 options. Either there's a new nuclear deal and there's a new accord with Iran brokered by the United States, or we're going to have to see more action against Iran inside Iran itself.
Briefly, so you've written a lot about Israel's technological advancements, the IDF's advancements on the battlefield. Is Israel going to be able to maintain that edge in the coming years?
It's becoming all the more complicated. It's becoming complicated because, number one, we saw just last week, MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi, goes to the White House and walks away with the promise that they'll be able to get the F-35. Other countries want the F-35, fifth-generation stealth fighter jet that only Israel flies at the moment in the Middle East. That will shake the balance of power here. And not to mention the fact that we've seen over the last 2 years in Gaza how complicated it is when you're fighting an enemy embedded in civilian infrastructure with a tunnel network. It's tough to get that decisive victory, even with the amazing technology that we have. So Israel will have to keep up that race to keep that technological edge, but at the same time, it can't neglect the old skills that are still required for these types of battles that we still face.
All right, Yaakov Katz, I know your work is read by the policymakers in Israel, and hopefully your latest book, While Israel Slept, is going to be read and digested for them so that Israel will awaken from that slumber that led to the October 7th attack. Thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. And now, a final word. Last week saw the passing of IDF Major General Eli Zaira at age 97. Zaira is most famous or infamous for his role as commander of military intelligence in the period leading up to the 1973 Yom Kippur War, when the Egyptian and Syrian armies caught Israel completely by surprise. The post-war Agranat Commission laid much of the blame for that failure on Zaira, finding him negligent to the point of disregarding strong evidence that such an attack was coming. And he was forced to resign from the IDF in disgrace. Zaira's role in the Yom Kippur War debacle was a warning sign for future Israeli military and governmental leaders. He ignored clear warnings about Egyptian and Syrian intentions because he had become too fixated on what was called the concept, an intelligence assessment that those countries would not dare attack Israel again after suffering such devastating losses in the 1967 Six-Day War. Yet despite that mishap, Israeli security and policymakers would repeat that same error in the period leading up to the October 7th attack by buying into another concept, believing that Hamas had too much vested interest in maintaining the status quo in Gaza rather than risk losing it all in a near-suicidal cross-border raid. It was the same complacency and arrogance that doomed Zaira from imagining a worst-case scenario and planning for all contingencies, a costly lesson that hopefully won't have to be learned firsthand again by future Israeli generations. But there's another aspect of the Yom Kippur War, particularly its aftermath, that contains within it another cautionary tale relevant to our present situation. The Agronaut Commission that ended Zaira's military career, along with that of then Chief of Staff Dado Elazar and other senior commanders, failed to hold the political echelon accountable, clearing them of direct responsibility for failing to anticipate the war's outbreak. But the public refused to accept that conclusion, seeing it as a whitewash of the government, leading to mass protests, which eventually forced Prime Minister Golda Meir and Defense Minister Moshe Dayan to resign. Now the current Israeli government is opposing having an official state commission investigate the outbreak of the October 7th war, preferring probes that are directly overseen by members of the same cabinet who were in place before and during those dark days. However, if they believe this will enable them to ultimately avoid responsibility for those events, history tells us otherwise. Eli Zaira died last week, a relatively forgotten figure in Israel. It is the formidable legacies of Golda Meir and Moshe Dayan that today must reckon with the setbacks of the Yom Kippur War. Because in a democracy, just as authority over military policy must remain in the hands of the civilian leadership, so must also be the responsibility for its failures. Thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
Well, Israel loses billions of shekels every year, not to war or infrastructure, but to food being thrown away. A new report shows the country has lost more than $57 billion in food value over the last decade alone. Our correspondent, India Naftali, reports on the scale of the crisis and the solutions already underway.
Israelis threw away billions of dollars of food in the last decade. This is especially concerning considering how many families in the country suffer with food insecurity. The new food waste report shows how much money and nutritious food is being lost every single year. But it also shows that the tools to fix the problem already exist. The 10th annual Food Waste and Rescue Report from BDO and Lekit Israel, the country's national food bank, shows Israel has lost about $57 billion in food value over the past decade. The report, prepared with the Ministries of Environmental Protection and Health, warns that food loss remains one of Israel's most expensive problems. However, this year's report does show a positive trend. Israeli consumers are wasting less food, a drop of 13.3% per person. But with population growth and rising living costs, the total volume of waste remains very high. Food waste affects Israel in three major ways. In 2024 alone, Israel threw away 2.6 million tons of food, worth about $7 billion. That is nearly 40% of the country's entire food production and equal to 1.3% of the national GDP. Socially, it makes life hard for families who already struggle to afford healthy food. The average Israeli family discarded about $2,915 worth of food last year. Meanwhile, 1.5 million Israelis face food insecurity. Health costs associated with food insecurity are even higher.
reaching about $1.57 billion a year. These costs include chronic illnesses such as cardiovascular disease, obesity, and other conditions linked to poor nutrition. And environmentally, food waste uses water, land, and energy that cannot be recovered, costing Israel about $1.14 billion annually in lost resources and pollution. But Israel has built a strong foundation for change to reduce food waste in places like restaurants, army bases, farms, or at home. These solutions include expanding food rescue operations in farms and supermarkets, using the Food Donation Act to increase safe donations, and implementing the national plan that sets targets for cutting waste and redirecting surplus food to families in need. Leket has also been working with government ministries, pushing for new laws, and helping shape the national plan. They say the next step is to keep the momentum going, so these plans turn into real, large-scale change, because the level of waste is still far too high. These plans are expected to save billions and support lower and middle-income families.
Leket says Israel already has a scalable system for food rescue. What it needs now, they say, is funding, coordination, and national commitment. Their goal is in Israel, where food isn't thrown away while families go hungry. Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm India Naftali, and here is your roundup of the latest developments coming out of Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu's request for a presidential pardon to end his corruption trial has been transmitted to the Pardons Department in the Ministry of Justice, which will collect opinions from legal authorities, then pass them to the president's legal advisor. Only after that will the president make a final decision. Netanyahu formally submitted the pardon request to President Herzog, seeking to end his long-running corruption trial, charges of fraud, bribery, and breach of trust. He stressed the move served the national interest, arguing that the trial is tearing Israel apart and that the country needs a restoration of unity. The Prime Minister also points to U.S. President Donald Trump's call for an immediate end to the trial, so the two leaders can coordinate on strategic regional opportunities. Coalition supporters, including ministers and partners of Netanyahu, called the pardon a necessary step to heal deep social divisions and enable the government's focus on security challenges. But opposition leaders and democracy watchdogs warn that giving clemency before a verdict without admission of guilt or political retirement would strike a serious blow to the rule of law and equality before the law. President Herzog characterized the request as extraordinary, stating he will consider it seriously and responsibly. And now the issue of the draft exemption bill is set to escalate today in the Knesset as the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee begins debating Chairman Boaz Bislimuth's revised draft. The proposal would continue granting full-time yeshiva military exemptions while weakening oversight and eliminating sanctions for draft evaders over the age of 26. The committee's own legal advisor has already warned the bill is unlikely to pass high court scrutiny and is, quote, not a conscription law. Criticism is pouring in from across the political spectrum. Former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant from the Likud called the bill inconceivable, accusing his own party of reaching a new low and warning that within 15 years, 1 in 3 Jewish males may not serve in the IDF. He said he lost his job for refusing to back such a law, calling Haredi enlistment a military necessity. The Democrats' party leader Yair Golan said the bill permits draft evasion and will not survive Supreme Court review. The legislation, as is, would continue exempting full-time yeshiva students from military service, while also supposedly increasing conscription among Haredi graduates who finished their studies. However, the current bill removes various provisions from the previous draft that were intended to ensure that those registered for yeshiva study are actually studying, and cancels all sanctions on draft evaders when they turn 26. The coalition is expected to push ahead with the bill, setting up a major legal and political showdown. Finally, Pope Leo XIV has arrived in Lebanon, where he issued a call on Lebanese leaders to recommit to stability and urge the international community not to abandon the country's struggling population. The visit comes as Lebanon grapples with economic collapse and border tensions with Hezbollah, with the Pope calling for restraint humanity, and a path back to dialogue. In his address at Babda Palace, the Pope issued a statement on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, declaring that, quote, only a negotiated two-state solution can bring a just and lasting peace. He warned that the region cannot endure another generation of war, and said that both sides must show courage to choose dignity over violence. Take a listen to his speech.
La Santa Sede già da diversi anni pubblicamente appoggia la proposta di una soluzione di due stati. Sappiamo tutti che in questo momento ancora Israele non accetta quella soluzione, ma lo vediamo come l'unica soluzione che potrebbe offrire una, una soluzione al conflitto che continuamente vivono. Noi siamo anche amici di Israele e cerchiamo, con le due parti a essere, una voce mediatrice che possa aiutare a avvicinarci a una soluzione con giustizia per tutti.
That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. My name is India Naftali. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Emily Schrader, and coming up in today's newscast. Escalation in Syria as IDF troops come under fire during counter-terror operations. Despite ceasefire, IDF conducts ongoing strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon as Hezbollah rearms. 2 hostage bodies remain in Hamas hands as the official hostage protests prepare to shut down. Prime Minister Netanyahu has submitted a request to President Herzog asking for a pardon that would end his 6-year corruption trial. In a video statement released minutes after submitting his pardon request, Netanyahu says that ending his trial is essential for Israel's national interest. Netanyahu notes that judges recently ordered him to testify 3 times a week and says a letter from U.S. President Donald Trump urging Herzog to grant the pardon also influenced his decision. Netanyahu claims serious crimes were committed in building the case against him and says his personal wish is to clear his name, but argues that Israel's security and diplomatic challenges require the trial to end.
אזרחי ישראל היקרים, פעם אחר פעם נבחרתי בבחירות דמוקרטיות וקיבלתי את האמון שלכם להמשיך לכהן כראש ממשלת ישראל בראש ובראשונה כדי לממש יעדים היסטוריים אלה. מטעמים אלה הגישו היום עורכי דיני בקשה לחנינה לנשיא המדינה. אני מצפה שכל מי שטובת המדינה לנגד עיניו יתמוך בצעד זה.
And now joining us to discuss this latest development is Alex Tryman, the CEO and Jerusalem bureau chief at the Jewish News Syndicate. Alex, thank you so much for joining us. To start, what is your take on this pardon request from the Prime Minister, and do you think that the president will be granting this pardon?
Well, this is certainly a bombshell announcement by Israel's prime minister. We heard President Trump request that the president of Israel would grant the prime minister a pardon when he spoke here at the Knesset over the Jewish holiday of Sukkot. It's certainly an extraordinary request. However, this is an extraordinary trial, which has really polarized the country and actually paralyzed the ability of the prime minister to function in his role. Right now, the prime minister is in the cross-examination phase of the trial that's expected to last until the late into 2026, and the prime minister is being requested to testify 4 times per week while trying to run the affairs of state during a very difficult security period in the state's history. So we have to see if the president will do it.
Now, what are the ramifications of pardoning the prime minister if this pardon is indeed granted?
Well, a pardon doesn't require any admission of guilt on behalf of the prime minister. So if the president does decide to pardon him, it will simply end his corruption trials, which, as of now, the Supreme Court has told the prosecution that they don't have a strong case after their initial presentation of the case, particularly in the case that was considered the most serious, the one that is supposed to hold the charge of fraud on it. I think for the president, he has to decide whether this extraordinary request would provide some sort of reconciliation and unity to the country. It could potentially provide the ability for Netanyahu, if you would win the next election, to form a unity or reconciliation government. If he decides not to grant the pardon and Netanyahu would win in the upcoming election, that would probably all but guarantee that he would form a similar right-wing government to the one that he has now, as opposed to a centrist coalition, which is, I think, is the one that Netanyahu would prefer to govern from.
Well, it will be interesting to see what happens with this in the coming days and weeks. I want to thank you. We do have to leave it at that. Not very much time today, but thank you for shedding some light on this important issue. Alex Treiman, CEO of JNS.
Thanks for having me.
And now the IDF is weighing a major escalation in Syria after new intelligence suggests that Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara's own general intelligence forces may have directly fired on Israeli troops during this weekend's operation in Beit Jin. More from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
What began as a routine arrest raid has now turned into one of the most dangerous incidents since Israel entered southern Syria late last year. Israeli media reports that if the IDF confirms regime involvement, the army could shift from targeted arrests to a far more aggressive strategy, including frequent, precise airstrikes to break the growing network of terrorist cells near the Syrian-Israeli border. Khan News says at least some of the operatives planning attacks against IDF troops and against Druze communities are directly linked to President al-Shara's general intelligence. These same cells have reportedly been behind earlier attacks in Qadar in eastern Syria. The weekend operation began when members of the IDF's 55th Reserve Brigade entered Beit Jin to arrest two brothers from the Al-Jama al-Islamiyah terror group. The two were suspected of planting explosives and helping launch a missile at Israel. They were taken into custody without resistance, but as the troops withdrew, gunmen opened fire. A heavy gunfight erupted. 6 Israeli soldiers were wounded, 3 of them seriously. The brigade commander himself was hit while trying to reach trapped soldiers. Drones, helicopters, and fighter jets were rushed in, striking pre-planned targets and providing cover for the extraction. Syrian media claims 13 people were killed. Israel said that several terrorists were eliminated. Syria is accusing Israel of trying to ignite the region, but Israeli officials say just the opposite, that it's the al-Shara regime that's fanning the flames, backing militias that have targeted Druze and other minorities for months. For nearly a year, the IDF has maintained 9 positions inside southern Syria, mostly in the UN buffer zone, preventing terror elements from filling the void created after the fall of the al-Assad regime. Troops operate as far as 15 kilometers inside Syria to seize weapons before they can be smuggled to hostile forces. With new evidence pointing to direct Syrian regime involvement, the IDF may move from a defensive posture to a new, more forceful, preventative phase.
This weekend, the IDF struck Hezbollah sites across southern Lebanon in a series of precision airstrikes based on real-time intelligence. The army also summed up its military activities amid a year-long ceasefire in Lebanon. ILTV's Devo Klein has more.
The targets of IDF strikes over the weekend included multiple launch sites where Hezbollah stored rockets and drones, a large weapons warehouse, and several military positions used by the organization's terror cells to prepare attacks against Israel. The strikes were part of an ongoing campaign to keep Hezbollah from rebuilding its military network in the south. The IDF says these infrastructures represent clear violations of the security understandings between Israel and Lebanon and warned that any threat will be dealt with decisively. These strikes are just the latest actions in what has become a year-long effort to enforce the ceasefire agreement that has been signed on November 27, 2024. Since then, Northern Command and Division 91 forces, along with the Mountains Brigade operating in Haredi, have carried out a stunning 1,200 target operations inside Lebanon. These missions have focused on destroying terror infrastructure, blocking Hezbollah intelligence gathering, and eliminating cells preparing to fire toward Israeli communities. Troops have uncovered dozens of military structures, rocket storage facilities, launchers, observation posts, and firing positions, all built in violation of the ceasefire terms. According to the IDF, coordinated ground-air operations have resulted in the elimination of more than 370 Hezbollah, Hamas, and other Palestinian faction terrorists over the past year. Officials say these actions have significantly reduced the terrorist capabilities in southern Lebanon. The United States ambassador to Lebanon weighed in, saying Israel does not need permission to defend itself, and that Washington continues to press Beirut to disarm Hezbollah in accordance with international resolutions. Trying to show it does just that, the Lebanese army unveiled a deserted Hezbollah tunnel to international media. The tunnel in Wadi Zibki near the Israeli border included a medical room, kitchen ventilation system, water tanks, and stored supplies, evidence of long-term military use.
Well, Pope Leo is due to arrive today in Lebanon. Ahead of his visit, Hezbollah issued a both welcome call and a call for Pope Leo to condemn what it called Israeli aggression.
Pope Leo wrapped up a two-day visit to Turkey today, focusing on interfaith dialogue and regional stability ahead of his trip to Lebanon. During meetings in Ankara and Istanbul, the Pope urged religious tolerance and called for protection of civilians amid Middle East tensions. Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem said he welcomes the Pope's visit and has sent him a letter while warning that new war with Israel is possible.
نحن نرحب بهذه الزيارة في هذه المرحلة المفصلية وإن شاء الله تكون للحبر الأعظم المساهمة في تعميم السلام في لبنان بتحريره وإيقاف العدوان والوقوف إلى جانبه كما عودنا وإلى جانب المستضعفين.
Under heavy U.S. pressure, Beirut has pledged to disarm Hezbollah, a move the group rejects. In its message, Hezbollah said it remains committed to coexistence, but will stand with the Lebanese army against any aggression and occupation. Qassem said today the group has the right to respond to Israel's killing of its military chief, Haitham al-Tabatabai, in a Beirut airstrike. Qassem called the strike a blatant aggression and warned that Hezbollah will choose the time and place of its response.
الذي أعلنه في مواجهة استشهاد الشهيد السيد أبو علي رضوان الله تعالى عليه وإخوانه هذا اعتداء سافر وجريمة موصوفة من حقنا الرد سنحدد التوقيت لذلك.
Hezbollah is under intense pressure to refrain from a response to the Israeli killing of its military chief after the Pope leaves Lebanon. The scope of the response could determine the fate of the year-long U.S.-brokered ceasefire deal in Lebanon.
Well, joining us now to discuss these ongoing skirmishes in the region is Colonel Rich Outzen, a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Colonel Outzen, thank you so much for joining us today. Always a pleasure to have you on. Let's start with the Pope's visit to Lebanon. He just wrapped up a recent visit to Turkey, now Lebanon. What is the significance of this visit at this time?
Well, coming as the first visit for Pope Leo to the region, I think it shows that he's going to be very focused in the way that other popes have been focused on different regions, Africa, the church in Asia, that the fate of the small vestigial Catholic communities in the Middle East matters a great deal to him. So he is going to be very engaged with the U.S. government. As you know, he's by origin an American pope. I think he's going to be engaged with Israel and with the governments of the region to make sure that the right of people to practice their Catholic faith and Christian faith is preserved, but also that the physical presence of these very small, fragile communities is protected. I think it's a very big statement of his priorities, and he's going to be in the seat for a while, so that's significant for all the countries that have large Catholic communities.
Now, Hezbollah, switching gears a little bit, has been rearming, as we know, in violation of the ceasefire pretty much throughout this ceasefire time, and the IDF has been responding militarily. How does the United States see this issue, and do you anticipate that there will be further escalation in Lebanon?
I do, unfortunately. You may know I was in Israel in 2006 serving on active military service, so I got to see that Lebanon war unfold, and it's the unfortunate dynamic that the government of Lebanon does not fully control its borders, and all the armed forces does not have a monopoly of force in its area. President Trump is unequivocal in his desire for peace in the region and for these ceasefires to hold, but he's a pragmatic man. And at the end of the day, when you have a group like Hezbollah that is outside of full government control, you're going to have to enforce what in Israel my friends referred to as the rules of the game. And that means that every time they start to launch rockets and build up militarily on the border, there's going to have to be strikes and there's going to have to be attacks on the command and control. So I think that's not incompatible with a long-term trajectory to peace, but Israel would be foolish not to do these things and just to allow another buildup on its borders. We saw that in 2006.
All right, moving on to Syria, we know that the United States is very much prioritizing a security agreement with Syria and Israel. That's their goal. What's your take on this most recent event in Syria with forces of al-Shara allegedly having some involvement in some of these recent attacks on the IDF during a counter-terror operation?
Well, especially in the south of Syria is an area of great sensitivity for Israel. This is a very delicate balancing act for Shara. Shara, on the one hand, was brought into power by pretty hardline Islamist and nationalist forces, militias. And so on the one hand, he would lose faith if he's not seen, or face if he was not seen as protecting Syrian territory, and Israel's sort of raids into Syria and presence in southern Syria is problematic in terms of keeping his coalition together. At the same time, he clearly does not want to get into a toe-to-toe with the IDF, nor are his forces capable of doing that. When we've seen this previously, as happened with the Druze communities and some of the fighting where his forces got involved as opposed to local militias, he pretty quickly pulled them back and said, I really don't want to get into a situation where we're getting airstrikes from the Israeli Air Force. So I think it's probable because he does not have full control over all the militias and even the entire state apparatus yet that there'll be continued incidents like that. But I'm pretty certain that he does not want to go to a full military confrontation with Israel, that he would certainly lose and that would destabilize a very fragile situation that he has in Damascus.
Well, let's hope that the U.S. can pressure al-Shara and the relevant parties into an agreement that works for both sides. We do have to leave it there, but I want to thank you for joining us today, Colonel Rich Outzen.
Good to be with you. Thanks.
Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time.
It's day 786 of the war in Gaza, and there were more clashes over the weekend as the uneasy truce has yet to transition into phase 2 of the Trump plan in Gaza. The IDF says 4 Hamas terrorists were killed overnight after they emerged from a tunnel in Rafah, and they may include senior commanders. The men were identified coming out of a subterranean passage and were immediately eliminated by troops coordinating with the Air Force. The IDF assessment says the dead could include the Hamas battalion commander for Rafah's Janina neighborhood, his deputy, and a company commander. The Army says about 40 terrorists have been killed in recent weeks as pressure on the tunnel network forces operatives above ground. Southern Command troops remain deployed under the ceasefire terms and will continue targeting any immediate threat. Earlier, the IDF says it killed 3 Palestinians who crossed the yellow line, marking the military's withdrawal in 2 separate incidents in the southern Gaza Strip. In the first incident, the military says 2 suspects were identified by Kfir Brigade troops in the Khan Yunis area, carrying out suspicious activity on the ground and approaching the forces in a way that posed an immediate threat. The Israeli Air Force struck and killed the pair to remove the threat, the IDF said. In another incident, the IDF said troops of the Nachal Brigade identified a terror operative who crossed the yellow line in the Rafah area and approached the forces. Now, despite Hamas violations, a spokesman for Qatar's foreign ministry said Israel should not be able to delay the move to the next stage of the ceasefire plan on the grounds that the bodies of 2 hostages are still held in Gaza. In an interview on Al Arabi Al Jadid, Majed Al Ansari says the current endeavor for Qatar and its partners in the region is to move from the first phase to the second phase of the plan and thus achieve a sustainable peace that can comprehensively end the state of war in the Gaza Strip. He adds, there are significant challenges, but the focus now is on maintaining the truce long enough to reach a political solution. Well, in Tel Aviv, what may be the final hostages rally took place last night at Hostage Square. After more than 2 years of weekly demonstrations, the Hostages and Missing Families Forum says it is scaling back activities. Only 2 deceased hostages taken on October 7th remain in Gaza, and families say they will continue pressing mediators until both are brought home. Our correspondent India Naftali reports from Tel Aviv. India, what can you tell us?
Yes, Emily, nearly all of Israel's hostages have now been returned, and that means the mass demonstrations we've seen for years already are starting to slow down. Now, it doesn't mean the last 2 hostages are any less important. It means the families who have led this movement for more than 2 years are finally getting a small reprieve from the exhausting work of organizing these rallies, and they're now shifting their energy and resources to directly help those families who are still waiting.
Last night, hundreds came to Hostages Square for what could be the last time. For many Israelis, this rally has been a weekly ritual of grief, unity, and pressure on Hamas and the Israeli government. For more than 2 years, the square in central Tel Aviv has been the center of Israel's campaign to bring the hostages home. The remaining hostages include police officer Rangavili, who was killed defending Kibbutz Alumim, and Thai agricultural worker Sudisak Riddalag, murdered in Kibbutz Be'eri. Both were abducted into Gaza, and their remains have not yet been returned. Families say they feel mocked by Hamas and are urging international mediators not to move to any further stage of ceasefire talks until the last 2 hostages come home. Many here say the rallies cannot end until the mission is complete. One grieving father explained how they will keep going.
We will continue on a week-to-week basis, think what is the best alternative and actions in order to bring back Rangvili and the Thai citizen Rantilak, in order to keep the pressure and the awareness on the topic. We will keep doing these types of demonstrations, rallies in different parts of Israel, and we always said from the beginning, all for one, one for all. And we will continue to do so until we get those 2 remaining hostages back to their families.
Emily, we are now closer than ever to seeing all of the hostages returned. It's going to be a huge moment when it happens, and will be the first time in a very long time that there are officially no hostages in Gaza. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu met on Friday with the family of Rangavili, the last Israeli hostage whose remains are held in Gaza. According to the Prime Minister's office, Netanyahu praised the Gavili family's dignified and steadfast conduct and reiterated Israel's commitment to return all hostages, living and deceased. Back to you.
All right, thank you, India, for that update. The week-long IDF anti-terror op in northern Samaria has come to an end. The IDF and Shin Bet have withdrawn from the city of Tubas after a 4-day counter-terror operation in the northeastern West Bank. The army is contending with continuing extremist Jewish violence. ILTV's Steve Leibowitz has more.
Israeli forces pulled out of Tubas, Aqaba, and Tayassir after earlier leaving Tamun and the Farah refugee camp. According to Wafa, troops detained or questioned about 200 Palestinians, with 10 still in custody. The IDF said troops searched hundreds of buildings and arrested several terror operatives and arms dealers. The military says it will continue operations to prevent terror infrastructure from taking hold in the area. Further south, in the village of Al-Loz, the IDF declared a closed military zone after a Jewish extremist attack wounded several Palestinians near Beth Bethlehem. The attack reportedly left several Palestinians wounded, including one shot. Troops and police were dispatched following reports of a violent confrontation between Israelis and Palestinians. The army said there were reports of stone throwing and of gunfire directed at Palestinians. The IDF said soldiers used riot dispersal means and declared a closed military zone. And 3 members of Yamam, the undercover counterterrorism unit of the Israel Border Police, including an officer, were questioned over their suspected involvement in the Jenin incident, in which 2 wanted terrorists were shot dead. The investigation was initiated following recorded footage that appears to show the terrorists being shot after allegedly surrendering and exiting unarmed from a building surrounded by security forces. The Department for the Investigation of the Police announced that it opened a criminal probe into the incident.
And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies and partly rainy showers are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 14 degrees Celsius or 58 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see cloudy skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 22 degrees Celsius or 72 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel. You can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Emily Schrader. Be well, and thank you for watching.
Everywhere you look, Europe's streets, American campuses, social media feeds, you can feel it. Islamization, a cultural shift that didn't happen by chance. It's not spontaneous and it's not random. For nearly a century, one movement has been quietly shaping the ideas, networks, and institutions behind everything. The Muslim Brotherhood, banned across the Arab world but thriving in the West. It's the organization that not only built Hamas, it's inspired modern Islamism and learned how to use democracy against itself to spread a crazy radical ideology. Arab regimes like Egypt and Saudi Arabia and the UAE have seen it for what it was and is a political revolution disguised as religion. And they outlawed it decades ago. But in London and Brussels and Washington, the same movement has been welcomed as a network of civil rights groups and community organizations. The Middle East is banning it, and the West is legalizing it. And that's how a movement too dangerous for Cairo ended up shaping our media, the European world, influencing policy and infiltrating universities under a banner of diversity. And if you fight back, it's Islamophobia. This isn't paranoia, it's patience and a strategy that has been built on migration, organization, and our silence. It's been working quietly for almost 100 years, and we need to talk about it. This is the Meir K Show on JNS TV. Let's dive right in. To begin, you need to understand the word Islamization. Islamization means the process by which a society begins to adopt or conform to Islamic norms, not just in religion, but in law, culture, and governance. And if you don't like that, you're not alone. In modern political terms, it's the effort to shape secular institutions so that they reflect Islamic authority. It's not simply about being more religious. It's about transforming a society from a Western one to an Islamic one. That idea comes straight from a specific belief that Islam isn't just a faith, it's a total system, a framework meant to regulate every part of everybody's lives. This belief is rooted in Quranic verses that Islamists quote constantly. For example, "He it is who sent his messenger with guidance and the religion of truth, so that he may make it prevail over all other religions." Not only do Islamists have to believe Islam, but they have to prevail over all other religions in the name of Allah. In classical theology, that verse means divine supremacy, that God's law should not just guide Muslim society, but all of us. And the Brotherhood have interpreted this
Politically, they argue that Muslims everywhere, even as minorities, have a religious duty to restore Islamic governance, not just locally, but globally. And this is where two key ideas come in: hijra, or migration, and dawah, religious outreach. In early Islam, the Prophet Muhammad's migration from Mecca to Medina, the hijra, marked the beginning of Islamic statehood. The modern Brotherhood saw this as not just a story, but as reality. They argue that Muslims migrating to the West should do the same thing: build self-sufficient Islamic communities that would slowly influence their host societies, and they called it a civilizational duty. Migrate, build, and influence. This is how Islamization moved from a theory into a strategy. It wasn't about converting people by force. It was about creating parallel communities that would one day just take over the mainstream ones. And FYI, why do they focus so intensely on Israel and Europe? For Islamists, Israel is not just a piece of land. It's a theological and political symbol. It represents Jewish sovereignty in a region that should, as they believe, be governed by Islamic law. According to traditional interpretations, once a land was ruled by Muslims, it remains Islamic land forever, even if they lost it in a war. That means it must eventually be returned to Islamic control. The territory of modern Israel was ruled by various Muslim empires during the last 1,200 years, most recently the Ottoman Empire, and because of that history, many Islamists view the entire land as part of Dar el-Islam, that land that must never permanently belong to non-Muslims. By the way, that's why the Muslim Brotherhood created Hamas in 1987. It's their Palestinian branch. Hamas took the Brotherhood ideology, Islam as total governance, and added militant jihad into it. Their founding charter literally says they exist to raise the banner of Allah over every inch of Palestine. It's the same ideology, just expressed through war instead of institutions. And what's going on in Europe? Well, Europe is the test case, but more on that in a second. Let's begin at the beginning. The Brotherhood was founded in 1928 in Egypt by Hassan el-Banna, a school teacher who believed that Muslim world had decayed under Western influence. He saw secularism and colonialism and the modernity as symptoms of spiritual decline. His answer was to rebuild from below through education, social welfare, and personal reform until society would once again live under Islamic law. Sharia law. Doesn't that sound wonderful? From the start, the Brotherhood blended grassroots charity with political activism. By the 1940s, it ran schools and hospitals and businesses. It preached moral revival, but also built militias and political cells. Al-Banna insisted that the Brotherhood was a Salafiyah message, a Sunni path, a political organization, a sports group, a cultural association, an economic enterprise, and a social idea, all combined into one. And if that makes you really uncomfortable, yeah. You're not alone. That phrase really became the DNA of the movement. Religion fused with politics, service to the community fused with power and manipulation. When Egypt's monarchy and later Nasser's nationalist regime cracked down on them, many members fled, and from the 1950s onward, exiles resettled in Europe, the Gulf, and North America. These exiles were highly educated, doctors, engineers, and teachers, and they quickly began establishing new institutions abroad. We tend to think of these people as, the underdogs, but no, it's much more sophisticated than that. In the Gulf, they staffed schools and universities, helping to spread their ideology through the emerging oil states. In Europe, they created Islamic centers in Munich and Geneva and London, which became training and coordination hubs. In the United States, which is now rife with sleeper cells, they established the Muslim Students Association in 1963, which later gave rise to groups like ISNA, the Islamic Society of North America, and CAIR, Council on American Islamic Relations. Groups that are totally legitimate, but are actually the Muslim Brotherhood. By the 1970s and the 1980s, the Brotherhood was no longer a single Egyptian movement, but a global network, loosely connected by ideology and personal ties, rather than a command structure. It had evolved into a project, used the freedom and institutions of open societies to build parallel Islamic structures that would, over time, shape the mainstream. Once the Brotherhood's leadership had scattered across Europe and North America, it began thinking systematically about how to operate inside non-Muslim societies. You see, 50 Muslim states was not enough for them. Two internal documents capture this mindset more clearly than anything else that has ever really surfaced. And you kind of really need to understand them to understand everything that we're seeing right now. Number one, the project. In 1982, Swiss authorities raided the home of one of the senior Brotherhood financiers and discovered this 14-page Arabic memorandum known ever since as the Project. This document isn't a manifesto about violence, which is what we would normally associate with this kind of stuff, but it's actually a manual much scarier. It's about social and institutional penetration. Its purpose is to outline how Muslims living in the West can build permanent structures that will eventually influence or even guide and control the societies they live within. The text lists roughly a dozen lines, but we're going to cover the main ones. Build comprehensive Islamic organizations like charities and educational institutions, youth clubs, women's groups, so every social need is met from within the community. Coordinate activities across borders so that each national branch supports each other. Train promising young Muslims in both religious sciences and modern professions, then place them in public institutions, media, and politics. Sound like Mamdani? Yep. Engage sympathetically with existing Western movements, even if you don't agree with them, like human rights groups and anti-racist campaigns and churches, whenever alliances can advance Muslim cause. And they do this under taqiyya, the concept that for their religious beliefs, they can just lie, flat out lie, publicly. They've established media outlets, Al Jazeera, and translation centers to communicate the Brotherhood's worldview in European languages. They keep Palestine and resistance to Zionism as the emotional center of global Muslim identity. And this is obviously really interesting. One of the main things in their charter is keep Palestine as the center focus of the entire world, obviously, to make sure that they're not focusing on the problems in their own country. In addition, develop intelligence capabilities, information networks able to track political trends, opponents, and funding opportunities, right? Like Tucker Carlson. Constantly evaluate progress and adapt to changing laws or governments. What's the newest thing? Gays for Palestine? Let's support it. Nowhere does the project call for terrorism, and it's actually so scary. Its focus is just cultural and bureaucratic, and that's what's actually made it very effective. This is where they separate from Hamas, who try to combine terrorism and cultural manipulation. And honestly, they've also been successful in that. There's a second thing that you need to know about, which is the 1991 explanatory memorandum. Nearly a decade later, another internal paper appeared, and this time in the United States. It was written by a man called, can you guess it, Muhammad, a senior Brotherhood member, and entered into the evidence during the 2008 Holy Land Foundation trial, which, if you don't know what that is, it was the largest terrorism financing trial in the U.S. history, in which it became clear to the world that leaders of the Brotherhood were convicted of funneling millions of dollars to Hamas, the Palestinian branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, under the guise of humanitarian aid. And we know all about that. But this proved the link between the Brotherhood and actually really, yes, supporting terrorism. But back to what they found. The title is long, and it's a bit of a tongue twister. The explanatory memorandum on the general strategic goal of the group in North America, yes, I memorized that. But its core idea is simple: to enable Islam in North America through a civilization jihadist process. And if that sounds like a contradiction, it is. Muhammad describes a gradual transformation in which Muslims, acting through lawful institutions, reshape the surrounding culture so that Islamic norms become accepted public standards, like a hijab. He provides two kinds of detail. First, a list of existing organizations regarded as part of the movement's friends. Second, a 10-point operational plan. By the way, we as the Jews and Israelis have a lot to learn from this. If you're ever wondering why their attacks on us seem so coordinated, well, it's because they are. And here's just some of the things that they push for: unifying the landscape, coordinate mosques and student associations, charities, and advocacy groups under one strategic umbrella so that their resources serve the same long-term objective. Using the same terminology, they create permanent community anchors, build Islamic centers that combine prayer spaces, schooling, and social services and legal or media offices. These become hubs for both religious life and civic misrepresentation. They present umbrella bodies as legitimate spokespersons. Terrorist organizations will be the people that speak to governments and journalists who always need someone to speak for the Muslim community. By being organized first, the Brotherhood-aligned groups fill that vacuum. Interesting, no? Cultivate leaders and professionals, train imams and teachers and journalists and lawyers who understand Western institutions and can navigate them effectively. Infiltrate from within. Leadership training is political education. Dominate education and youth. From weekend schools to university societies, controlling the curriculum and student culture shapes the next generation's worldview. They're focusing on the young because that is the future. They engage in politics deliberately, build relationships with sympathetic politicians, participate in consultations, ensure that the community perspectives influences legislation and funding. If you're wondering why the pro-Palestinian movement has seen so much support from American government people, control public narrative, establish media platforms and spokesperson who define criticism as prejudice. You say anything against radical Islam and you're Islamophobic, but all the time they're presenting Islamic goals as mainstream civil rights concerns. Al Jazeera totally normalizing terror, but seen like the CNN or Fox News, just a normal media company. Use the Palestinian issue as a moral engine. Mobilize Muslims and non-Muslim allies around the imagery of occupation and resistance, because in the name of resistance, you can do anything. You create an emotional link between global Islamism and Western left-wing activism. It's deranged, but it works. Another pointer which is important. Achieve financial independence, develop businesses and endowments and charitable trusts that can fund movement activities without reliance on hostile governments, like a flotilla, exploit legal systems, use constitutional rights, and this, guys, is the craziest one of them all, freedom of religion and speech, to protect Islamist activism and to challenge opponents through lawsuits and administrative complaints, meaning use the democratic system against them so that they can come in and turn it into Islamic. If that sounds like Hitler using the democracy to turn into a dictatorship, it's not for nothing. The language is very bureaucratic, but the intention is super ideological. Create parallel institutions that eventually acquire mainstream authority. This is why scholars often describe the Brotherhood's approach as entryism. Entering institutions, not to integrate, but to influence them from inside. These two memorandas are not ancient relics. They sound similar, and that's because they are. When investigators look at how Islamist networks operate in Western capitals today through charities and educational trusts and lobbying coalitions and media offices, they find the same exact architecture that are sketched in these texts. They matter because they reveal a philosophy of power that is patient. It is slow and it is bureaucratic, and it's something that most people just wouldn't notice. The Muslim Brotherhood realized that modern democracies could be shaped more effectively through civil institutions, right, than through active confrontation and terrorism. SJP, Students for Justice of Palestine, could do more for sympathy than, let's say, 9/11. Across much of the Arab world, that lesson has become a threat. The Brotherhood's goal of replacing secular authority with Islamic governance, like Sharia law, has challenged every regime. After the Arab Spring, the danger actually became super real, and in 2011, the Brotherhood took power in Egypt, only to be overthrown 2 years later. By 2013, Egypt's army had banned the movement as a terrorist organization. Soon after, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Bahrain followed suit, with Jordan and Kuwait imposing heavy restrictions on them, because again, the Muslim Brotherhood, also seen as a normal group, are actually terrorists. These governments understood what Western leaders are still hesitating to admit. The Brotherhood doesn't compete for an office in a certain country. It's trying to take over civilization. This is the ideology that gave birth to Hamas, which was founded by a Brotherhood leader in Gaza. Hamas's charter calls Palestine an Islamic Waqf, a sacred trust never to be surrendered. It took the Brotherhood's belief in total Islamic governance and merged it with armed jihad and anti-Semitic theology. Where the Brotherhood pursued institutions, Hamas chose warfare. But the ideological DNA is absolutely identical. This is why Egypt doesn't want any Palestinians coming back to their border. The Arab regimes crushed the Brotherhood to protect their own sovereignty, but Europe and the US did the opposite. Western democracies, bound by freedoms of religion and association, legalized and even funded Brotherhood-linked organizations under the banner of multiculturalism and civil rights. No government wants to be accused of Islamophobia. So when the Brotherhood was driven out of the Middle East, it simply just reestablished itself in London and Washington, and it embedded itself in NGOs and media and advocacy networks. The irony is striking. A movement too dangerous for Cairo is now shaping public policy and campus discourse in the West, and migration has accelerated its reach. Millions chose Europe over dozens of Muslim-majority states because Europe's borders were open, welfare's generous, and assimilation is optional. Conditions tailor-made for ideological expansion. The massive immigration flux is not random. Remember, it's an ideological belief for them. They could have gone to any of the Islamic countries, 50 of them. But no, and obviously as migrants arrived, practical needs like schools and housing and mosques and legal aid created an opening. The Brotherhood filled it because the governments couldn't. Decades of organizational experience allowed its charities to step in faster than any state agency, providing real help, but also a worldview. Governments lacking integration strategies outsourced community representation to these same networks, turning grants into long-term partnerships. Over time, religious organizations evolved into political lobbies. We need to recognize how policy failure has enabled this ideological capture of the West. Migration supplied the people, but it was the institutions within these countries that then organized them. Weak integration, weak assimilation into Western ideology let Islamic ideology fill that vacuum. After World War II, European nations imported labor from their colonies, assuming the workers would return home. They didn't. They settled and raised families and formed distinct neighborhoods that became parallel societies. Dearborn? Most immigrants sought stability, but organized movements saw opportunity. Because states were failing to integrate the youth, Islamists stepped in, using Europe's openness to shape it from within. The multicultural model, such a bad model, assumed each group shared the same civic values. You come to Europe, you want to be European. But in practice, it empowered the most organized voices, often the Brotherhood-aligned NGOs, to become the de facto representatives for the Muslims. Registered as nonprofits, they presented themselves as partners in integration while actually telling the youth to resist assimilation. Municipalities hired them for youth programs. Schools consulted them for religious issues. And soon they controlled access to grants and policy discussions and media framing. Criticism has always been silenced as Islamophobia. And anyone, journalists, teachers, Muslim reformers who tried to speak out were ignored or completely punished. Fear drove policy. By 2010, the cultural consequences were impossible to hide and still are. Holocaust lessons were dropped from classrooms under threat. Police ignored grooming gang scandals, which are still going on till this day. Journalists were self-centered because they didn't want to be deemed Islamophobic. Moral disarmament had set in. Europe, ashamed of its past, confused tolerance with surrender. Now, anti-Semitism surges openly. Do you guys remember what happened in Manchester? Campuses glorified terror. We're seeing thousands of people march the streets. Western governments still fund these same groups they once warned about. The result? We have a new culture of fear. Europe keeps empowering the same networks. Migration continues. Birth rates diverge because they have lots and lots of children. And leaders debate semantics in office instead of actually building policy to drive this out. Instead of fighting against the rise of terror, they look for someone to blame. And surprise, surprise, they come to Israel. Whilst this may feel hopeless, I really do feel you. If we have any chance of saving our countries, it starts with understanding the problem. They say that if you really get to the root of a problem, most of the solutions reveal themselves. Let's hope our societies learn before the next October 7th in Europe. We too, the Israelis, thought we could get away with soft beliefs that peace is possible. But when the enemy is working within a 100-year plan for our annihilation through assimilation, that threat needs to be taken very, 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 very seriously. We are seeing the impact of this strategy online, everywhere we go. But here in Israel, we have an army that defends us against ideologies. Europe doesn't. And it's really learning that the hard way. Unfortunately, America is following close behind, closer than they realize, and you should be paying attention. Sleeper cells are rife across the country, and Islamization has really, really started. We need to think about this and focus on this. And if this episode is a little bit less, I don't know, optimistic than usual, it's for a reason, because I've been diving in to how sophisticated their strategy is to take over the world. And I've realized that if we don't start yesterday to fight back, to understand it, and to really, really do the work, even if it makes us uncomfortable, to call out the radicalization of our countries, we're in serious, serious trouble. So think about it. Think about what you can do, how you can make the change, where you need to do something in your community to stop your schools, your children's universities really, really becoming the playing ground for Sharia law. I'm Meira, and I'll see you next time.
Kol Chabad is the oldest continuously operating charity in Israel. For over 200 years, the organization has been providing food, housing, and critical support to families and individuals in need. ILTV's Lidar Gravelazi was joined by Executive Director Zalman Duchman to discuss their recent operations. Have a look.
For over 200 years, Kol Chabad has been a lifeline for those in need across Israel, providing food, medical care, and critical social support. Joining us now, all the way from New York, is Zalman Duchman, an executive director of Kol Chabad, to share how the organization is continuing its mission of compassion and care, especially during these challenging times. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So Kol Chabad has been serving the community for decades, well, more than decades. What makes the organization's mission so vital today?
Kol Chabad is the oldest continuously operating charity in Israel, the oldest continuous Jewish charity, started in 1788 by the first Chabad Rebbe, Reb Shneur Zalman. And we've been working through, ever since, continuously operating, serving the land of Israel, working from the diaspora, raising money within the diaspora to serve the land of Israel. Over the past 2 years, we've experienced the war, etc. And I think that what is most vital today is the continued long-term support, that we're here for the long run. During the war, there was emotional outpour of support from the lovers of Israel. And obviously, there's the flip side that we see very strongly. But those people that love and care for Israel have been there, outspoken with their voices and their dollar supporting Israel. And now that we hope that we're going to enter a time of quiet, that we have to remember that has to continue. And this is something that represents Kol Chabad specifically, that there's a lot of pop-up programs that popped up during the war, but now we're in it for the long haul.
Absolutely, for another 200 years and beyond. And what are some of the biggest challenges of those you serve that they're facing right now, and how is Kol Chabad addressing them?
One of the most affected populations, besides the many widows and the orphans and families and the trauma, is the elderly. The elderly population, especially those people that this is not their first war, especially Holocaust survivors, that their childhood was during a war and the traumas that it affected them. People don't know, but there's over 100,000 Holocaust survivors still living in Israel. And this is really, so to speak, our last opportunity to see them off their last years in dignity. And we've been with this generation for a very long time. And I think it's it's a very vulnerable population as they age and as they get older. And even some of the most basic things of food is they are relying on non-governmental organizations to provide for them food. Non-government NGOs are much more effective and efficient at doing it, especially when you have non-governmental organizations working together in collaboration. We believe that is one of the most important populations that we focus on, especially with making sure that they have daily meals. And the reason why we could do that is because we have an ongoing connection to these, because we visit them every single day, and we bring them food every single day.
So a beautiful program. And I want to ask, because I see that you've brought with you also a very special coin. So can you tell us about this coin?
I brought a special coin that was minted specially for Kol Chabad, a challenge coin. And it says on it, "Vayilbash tzedakah keshiryon." This is a verse from the Bible that he garbed himself with tzedakah.
Hold the coin up so our viewers can see. Oh, you have two. Great.
I brought two. He garbed himself with tzedakah as scale armor. The scale armor, and the Talmud explains that just like scale armor, every single piece overlaps each other. And if it's missing one piece, it allows a vulnerability in that section. Same too when it comes to the challenges of helping the poor. No one person could take the entire responsibility on their own. But no one could say, oh, my part doesn't make a difference, because every single part is necessary. Just like scale armor, if you're missing one section, it creates that vulnerability. I think a unique gift that we would like to give to anybody that wants to participate in the food security project of helping the elderly, to feed elderly people. You could go to either on the QR code, I understand, on the screen, or they could go to our website.
So that's my question. If our viewers who are watching right now, if they want to help, what's the best way that they can do that?
So obviously, if they're here in Israel, we have Pantry Packers, a volunteer project where we have thousands of volunteers. But all those people that watch around the world could go to our website, or they could go to the website on the QR code, and they could sign up to be able to serve an elderly or Holocaust survivor. And the first 1,000 people to click this code, we will send them in the mail a challenge coin that says on it, that has it inscribed, "Vayilbash tzedakah keshiryon," for them being part of this scale armor, this protection of protecting the elderly, especially within their older age, in this special thing.
Incredible. So our viewers, you can scan the QR code on your screen now and donate and receive, the first 1,000 receive a special coin. Zalman, thank you again for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm India Naftali, and here is your roundup of the latest developments coming out of Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu's request for a presidential pardon to end his corruption trial has been transmitted to the Pardons Department in the Ministry of Justice, which will collect opinions from legal authorities, then pass them to the president's legal advisor. Only after that will the president make a final decision. Netanyahu formally submitted the pardon request to President Herzog, seeking to end his long-running corruption trial, charges of fraud, bribery, and breach of trust. He stressed the move served the national interest, arguing that the trial is tearing Israel apart and that the country needs a restoration of unity. The Prime Minister also points to U.S. President Donald Trump's call for an immediate end to the trial, so the two leaders can coordinate on strategic regional opportunities. Coalition supporters, including ministers and partners of Netanyahu, called the pardon a necessary step to heal deep social divisions and enable the government's focus on security challenges. But opposition leaders and democracy watchdogs warn that giving clemency before a verdict without admission of guilt or political retirement would strike a serious blow to the rule of law and equality before the law. President Herzog characterized the request as extraordinary, stating he will consider it seriously and responsibly. And now the issue of the draft exemption bill is set to escalate today in the Knesset as the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee begins debating the revised draft. The proposal would continue granting full-time yeshiva students military exemptions while weakening oversight and eliminating sanctions for draft evaders over the age of 26. The committee's own legal advisor has already warned this bill is unlikely to pass high court scrutiny and is not a conscription law. Criticism is pouring in across the political spectrum. Former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant from the Likud called the bill inconceivable, accusing his own party of reaching a new low and warning that within 15 years, 1 in 3 Jewish males may not serve in the IDF. He said he lost his job for refusing to back such a law, calling Haredi enlistment a military necessity. The Democrats' party leader, Yair Golan, said the bill permits draft evasion and will not survive Supreme Court review. The legislation, as is, would continue exempting full-time yeshiva students from military service, while also supposedly increasing conscription among Haredi graduates who finished their studies. However, the current bill removes various provisions from a previous draft that were intended to ensure that those registered for yeshiva study are actually studying, and cancels all sanctions on draft evaders when they turn 26. The coalition is expected to push ahead with the bill, setting up a major legal and political showdown. Now today is day 787 of the war in Gaza. The ceasefire is generally holding, but local clashes continue. The IDF confirms that the commander of Hamas's East Rafah battalion, his deputy, and 2 other operatives were killed yesterday after they tried to escape a tunnel complex in eastern Rafah, an area under full IDF control, where dozens of Hamas terrorists remain trapped underground. The 4 were spotted emerging from the tunnel and were killed by IDF troops and Air Force strikes. The army says more than 30 terror operatives have been killed in recent weeks as they attempted to flee, with another 8 captured. Hamas sources estimate 60 to 80 of their members are still holed up below the city. Israel refuses any deal that allows terrorists free passage. The IDF believes the remaining operatives are running out of food and supplies and may be starving underground. And finally, continuing with the IDF operations in Gaza, the IDF just released a press release publishing images and videos taken in Rafah of how they are dismantling Hamas's terror tunnels and infrastructure. It has been estimated that 70 to 80% of Gaza's terror tunnels are still intact. The releasing of these visuals is done in efforts of transparency and to prove the IDF is operating in Rafah in southern Gaza properly under the terms of the ceasefire agreement. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest updates coming out of Israel. I'm India Naftali. Thanks for watching.
We completely underestimated Hamas. We saw the signs, we brushed them off, and we assumed that there was no way Hamas would ever follow through with something like this. They spent years monitoring nearly 100,000 IDF soldiers online. Everything I thought I knew about Israel's security was shattered in one day. Welcome everyone to the very first episode of Off the Record. I'm Zina Rechamilova, and this is my attempt to bring something back into the conversation that feels like it's almost extinct, which is nuance. We are living in a moment where anyone with a phone can become a commentator, a journalist, or a geopolitical expert. And social media platforms like TikTok and X move faster than facts can, and misinformation spreads long before truth even has a chance. And all of that is magnified when it comes to Israel and the Middle East. I think the biggest challenge for us is that we've lost the ability to have balanced dialogue with each other about policy, history, or lived experiences. We hear all the time that criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitism, and of course it's not. The majority of people who support Israel have always reiterated that. And if you read any of my columns, you'll see the countless times I myself have criticized my government and their policies. However, the anti-Israel movement in America and in Europe is driven by anti-Semitism. There are probably plenty of people who go to these anti-Israel rallies that are well-intentioned, although ignorant, in my opinion, who just want to see the end of suffering in Gaza. But the movement behind these protests and the fake news that they disseminate are anti-Jewish, anti-American and anti-West. They push this idea of anti-normalization against Jews or Zionists so that the mere idea of interacting with us becomes morally and socially unacceptable. They frame any engagement with us as a betrayal or complicity rather than as a potential path towards dialogue, understanding, or conflict resolution. So, what has that led to? Well, as a Jewish person and as an Israeli, it has become impossible to have nuanced discussion about the conflict and about the Middle East. We are left with a situation where most of the time the people involved in the so-called criticisms are not trying to improve the situation and don't actually want to have dialogue and learn. So engaging with these critics becomes this one-sided, endless bashing fest against Israel, where Palestinians or their leadership are absolved of any responsibility. It's really become difficult to have conversations when people are tossing around these grandiose statements and accusations like apartheid and genocide, because those terms do not accurately represent the situation here. I, for example, can sit here and have a debate with anyone about the occupation or about the future of the West Bank, and I can acknowledge that it's unfair for Palestinians to be subjected to some of the things that they have to go through. But if you are labeling the situation as an apartheid, which it's not, or you're minimizing the very real security concerns that Israel has to go through, or ignoring the long history of terrorism that Israelis have been subjected to, then I cannot have a real conversation with you, because you don't care about facts, you don't care about peace, and you don't care about Jewish safety in the region. Which leads me to my initial statements, that we are so busy dealing with bad faith actors who are spreading lies and misinformation that having nuanced dialogue has become impossible. But what I've realized in the last 2 years is that there's a huge audience of people who are craving balanced conversation. So this podcast is my answer to that. This is a place where we slow things down, where we take the hard conversations seriously, where disagreement is welcome, but dehumanization is not, and where we talk about Israel and the region with the honesty, context, and the complexity that it deserves. So, thank you so much for being here and choosing depth over noise. Let's get into it. It's been over 2 years since the October 7th attacks, and now that all the living hostages have been released, many Israelis are finally demanding for a commission of inquiry. Just days ago, Tel Aviv's Habima Square was packed with protesters who were demanding for an official state commission of inquiry to be led by the judiciary. Among the attendees were former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, the current opposition leader Yair Lapid, and the members of Knesset Benny Gantz, Gadi Eisenkot, and Yair Golan. These protests are in response to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government announcing that they would launch their own internal commission of inquiry. According to Hebrew media reports, the Netanyahu government inquiry would be determined by cabinet ministers, which would mean that the government itself would decide what the inquiry could investigate, how far it can go, and what it could publish. So it's prompting a lot of backlash in Israel. Now, why is this important? Because since day one of the war, the question that's been on everyone's mind has been how? How could something like this happen? For years, we've lived with this false sense of security that Israel's superior and sophisticated military intelligence and technological edge gave it this unshakable advantage over its enemies. And how can you not believe that after all of Israel's other spectacular victories against Hezbollah and against the regime in Iran, when you think about the Beeper operation or about the assassination of former Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, or that Israel was able to operate freely in Iranian airspace in a matter of days during the 12-day war? How can anyone think otherwise that Israel's defenses against its enemies were anything less than impenetrable? People were so shocked that they actually went as far as to push conspiracy theories about how the attack could have happened, implying that it was an inside job or that there was some stand-down order, none of which are backed by any evidence at all, by the way. But people just needed to justify to themselves what happened because the attack shattered everything we thought we knew about Israel's seemingly impenetrable defenses. What all the inquiries and evidence are showing so far is something that a lot of people don't actually want to admit, which is that the main reason this attack was able to happen was because of a deep level of arrogance. We completely underestimated Hamas, and it feels so silly to say something like arrogance is what led to this catastrophic security failure, but the reality is we saw the signs, we brushed them off, and we assumed that there was no way Hamas would ever follow through with something like this. And to be fair, security assessments are incredibly hard to judge. There's no formula that tells you when a threat is real, when it's posturing, and when it's worth mobilizing and risking the lives of hundreds of soldiers. Take Hezbollah, for example. We've known for years that they too planned a version of October 7th in the north. They too are planning infiltrations, kidnappings, and takeovers of communities. The intentions are there and they're clear, but intentions alone are not enough to launch a massive preemptive operation. The IDF has to evaluate how credible each threat is, how imminent it seems, and whether acting on it would risk more lives than it saves. This is what happened with Hamas in Gaza, and this week's new findings show just how deeply we underestimated them. A new report that was released on Sunday revealed that during the October 7th massacre, Hamas actually knew how to operate Israeli tanks. It turns out that in the Merkava 4 tanks, which are the IDF's most advanced armored vehicles, there is a secret shutdown button inside of the tank, which, when you press it, it completely disables the tank. This kill switch, as you call it, was supposed to be highly classified, but somehow Hamas knew about it and was able to neutralize the tanks around the Gaza envelope, especially in the Nahal Oz base, where 53 soldiers were killed and 10 were taken hostage. And for months, the IDF could not figure out how Hamas knew this button existed. Then, fast forward to early 2024, the explanation was found inside of a major underground Hamas compound known as the Pentagon, ironically. It turns out Hamas collected all of this through, wait for it, social media. They spent years monitoring nearly 100,000 IDF soldiers online, tracking their photos, videos, training clips, outpost footage, and seemingly harmless content. They infiltrated private WhatsApp groups, and they used fake profiles and befriended soldiers and officers, and even those with restricted accounts. This allowed them to follow soldiers from the day they were recruited until the day they became a commander, giving Hamas detailed information on bases, units, and movement patterns. And the network behind this effort was massive, about 2,500 Hamas operatives, and the intelligence gathering is believed to have gone on for about 5 years, starting in 2018. They analyzed everything: soldiers' TikTok videos, footage from ceremonies, deployment clips, and they used it to construct a precise operational model of IDF outposts. The report says that Hamas collected millions of data points to piece together this full intelligence picture. And they didn't just gather information, they built an entire operational plan around it. Hamas Nukhba units trained for years to operate tanks using full-scale mock-ups and advanced simulation software. Hamas built incredibly accurate models of military bases, including exit and entries, camera placements, armory locations, and even the location of the emergency response unit. Officials say that Nukhba terrorists could literally put on VR headsets in Gaza and rehearse their infiltration of each outpost. Documents seized during and after October 7th show just how exposed Israel really was. Hamas knew base layouts, internal gates, weaknesses in the barrier, and even technical details of the tanks. They also produced daily intelligence reports tracking IDF routine, the exact positions of every company, Iron Dome batteries, and any troop movements, including covert shifts between sectors. Their ultimate goal was to capture tanks and bring them back into Gaza to use against Israeli forces. Now, obviously, they didn't manage to capture any, but they did manage to disable a lot of them, and that alone was enough to change the battle on October 7th. Now, All of this in itself is crazy when you think about the level of research and sophistication it took to plan this massacre out, from Hamas no less. But what adds another layer to the intelligence failure is that Israel saw Hamas training but dismissed it as theatrics or showmanship. Israeli forces were aware that Hamas had built these mock-ups, but a senior officer admits, quote, "We never imagined how accurate they were." Another officer who served for years on an Air Force base and then later had to come back and review Hamas's raid plan for that same base said, quote, "Hamas knew the base better than I did, even years after serving there." This is really wild. So, no, there is no evidence of an inside job or a stand-down order, but there's plenty that suggests that we were living in a fairy tale and thinking that Hamas could never pull something like this off, and myself included. I think that this is part of the trauma that many of us in Israel who lived through October 7th have, is that with each update and each video and each live stream from that day, it just kept getting worse and worse and shattered what we thought we knew. I saw video footage of terrorists in Sderot, and I said, okay, it's a small amount of terrorists who broke through the barrier. But then I saw videos of them killing and abducting a soldier. And then I see photos of dead tourists who were waiting at a bus stop to head to the Dead Sea. Then footage from the Nova Festival. Then phone calls from people who were hiding in their bomb shelters. Then watching them parade Shani Luke's body in Gaza. Every time I told myself, okay, this is really bad, but I foolishly thought that it was still contained. It just kept getting worse and worse. Everything I thought I knew about Israel's security was shattered in one day. Before October 7th, I visited the Gaza border plenty of times. And for those of us who have been there, in certain areas of the border, you can quite literally see Gaza so easily that you can just walk there. My best friend lives in Netiv Asara, and you're about 1 kilometer away from Beit Lahia or Beit Hanun. And despite this proximity, I never thought something like October 7th was possible. Then, weeks after the massacre, I went into the kibbutzim. I was in Kfar Aza, and I walked to the area of the fence that Hamas had breached, and I stood there looking at Gaza, at Jabalia, and I was like, how did this not happen sooner? How could I have been this foolish to think that something of this scale was impossible? And so arrogance or ignorance, whatever you want to call it, had a heavy hand here. Now, back to the Commission of Inquiry. And moving aside how someone feels about the current Israeli government, the fact that we have gone over 2 years without one is honestly unacceptable. And I'm not sure how any public of any other country would have tolerated 2 years without an investigation. I'm not really sure who is to be held responsible for October 7th, whether it's the political or security leadership or both, quite frankly. But one of the policies that the government should be held responsible for was the Qatari suitcases of cash that were being transferred every month to Hamas. Now, I myself have not seen the documents, but other journalists that I trust have. And these documents prove that Israel had asked Qatar to send Hamas $30 million every month. Qatar has been a key financial supporter of Hamas, transferring over $1.8 billion to the terror group over the years. And this was the policy of various Netanyahu governments throughout the years. And quite frankly, I don't hold him exclusively accountable because from what I understand, the Bennett-Lapid government, when they were in power, did a different version of the same thing. It seems that all of Israel supported this policy of containment, and that if we would get into these skirmishes with Hamas over the years, so long as the money was coming to them, and so long as we had the superior military and technological edge, we could deal with them. And for years we did. I would believe that the justification for that would be that Israel felt that there were bigger and more pressing enemies to deal with. In comparison to Hezbollah or the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, Hamas is much weaker, limited in their weapon stockpiles, and in comparison to other enemies, they are a guerrilla or terrorist organization versus a conventional army, or so we thought. So the policy of containment worked. We had the technology like the Iron Dome or the Iron Wall that prevented mass casualties in Israel by the terror group. So this was more or less supported by the security and the political leadership. I mean, they are all responsible, in my opinion. And we spoke in detail about what the IDF uncovered inside of Gaza. But what were some of the signs leading up to the massacre that were complete red flags? First off, we know that for months leading up to the attacks, the women that were stationed around the Gaza border, known as the observers, began to see practice raids, mock hostage taking, and farmers behaving strangely on the other side of the fence. Even though these women were communicating that Hamas was planning something, their warnings went ignored by the higher-ups. Then there were the SIM cards. Palestinian phones inside of the Strip function from a network in Gaza, but on Friday, October 6th, 100 Israeli SIM cards went live inside of Palestinian phones. The Shin Bet, Israel's internal security agency, sees this and pretty much ignores it. From what we understand, just a year prior, Hamas had done something very similar where they used about 30 to 40 Israeli SIM cards that went live. So the Shin Bet just assumed that this is one of Hamas's annual drills. There was also underground rocket launchers that Hamas started to uncover in the middle of the night. And we know now that this is how they would begin their invasion, by firing a barrage of at least 4,300 rockets at Israel. But when Israel intercepted the phone calls inside of Gaza, particularly between Hamas and Islamic Jihad, from what the reports say, Islamic Jihad says, "Are you guys planning something?" And Hamas flat out says, in these conversations, no, it's just a drill. We're just practicing. Then Hamas starts preparing underground bunkers for some of its top commanders. And Israeli senior military staff are seeing this and are in contact with one another about it. Ironically, they were not in contact with Netanyahu. What is so upsetting was that a call was set up on October 7th for 7 a.m., when we know now that the invasion started at 6:29 a.m. We spent all this time thinking that our qualitative edge meant that our defenses were impenetrable. Our leaders thought money could contain a terror organization, and we were arrogant and ignorant because we were living in a fantasy where we thought a terror organization whose stated goal was the annihilation of the state of Israel would not follow through on what they promised. Meanwhile, inside of Gaza, Hamas was carrying out a meticulous long-term preparation for this unprecedented attack. Now, to play devil's advocate, one of my favorite Israeli journalists, Amit Segel, brought up a quote from Eli Zira, who was a major intelligence general in the IDF, who many in Israel blame for the intelligence failure of the Yom Kippur War. Now, Zira just passed away a couple of days ago. May he rest in peace. But a quote from him that Amit brought to my attention goes as follows. After the Yom Kippur War, I dug and investigated, and this is what I discovered. Whoever sought to surprise the enemy always succeeded. Israel did, so did Egypt, so did Syria, so did many countries around the world. Every time an army wanted to achieve a surprise, it succeeded. And the flip side of the coin, every time an army or a country relied on prior intelligence warning, it failed. If you are a chief of staff, defense minister, or prime minister, assume that you will not receive a warning. Therefore, a fundamental change is needed regarding prior warnings, and we must examine how to safeguard the security of the state without relying on receiving warning to be operationally prepared for every scenario. For me, an independent commission of inquiry is necessary, not because I need someone to blame, but because Israel cannot afford any more containment policy or leaders who underestimate our enemy. We need to never allow ourselves to fall back into this complacent belief that our enemies won't follow through on their promises. So, as we close out today's episode, here's the bottom line. Israel cannot afford another failure built on arrogance, wishful thinking, or political convenience. A state commission of inquiry won't fix everything, but it's the first step towards rebuilding trust in our institutions, in our leadership, and in ourselves. That's what this conversation is really about. Thank you for joining me on Off the Record, where we are trying to bring back nuance, context, and real conversations to a space that desperately needs it. Comment your thoughts and questions below, and if you're interested in more episodes like this, hit subscribe.
I think that we raise a flag. We raise the flag that speaks about the need for centrality and about the boundaries of the Zionist state. And I think that if the government of Israel will adopt it, that would be a wonderful thing. We are being led in the last few years, and we all know it, by the most extreme government that Israel ever had. So I'm not looking up to this government to make the change. I am looking to the coming Knesset, when we will have elections, hopefully sooner than later, in order to see what we did there and try to implement it in the Knesset. This is something I'm yearning for.
Hello, and welcome back to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV, and we are so happy to have back our viewers and our listeners. Now, today we have a very interesting guest, somebody who you've probably heard of. His name is Yizhar Hess. He is the vice chairman of the World Zionist Organization. Welcome.
Toda rabba. It's glad to be here.
Great. Now, I want to get started by talking about the World Zionist Congress that took place at the end of last month here in Israel. Now, of course, there was supposed to be a very unifying moment for the Jewish world, but there was quite a bit of chaos that went on, some of which is culminating at this period of time as we finally established who will be the rotating chairs of the organization. Tell me a little bit about what actually was happening behind the scenes.
So the Congress, the World Zionist Congress, it's the parliament of the Jewish people. Almost 300,000 Jews all over the world participated in democratic elections to elect their delegates to the Congress. And it's a political entity. You know, Herzl left us with a gift. It's the World Zionist Congress, and he, from the Second Congress on, insisted that that body would be a political one, that would be organized in a democratic fashion. And, you know, in politics, like we know, sometimes it gets heated. And it's not the first time. This is almost always the way things are in the Congress. And historically even, please allow me to say something about the Fourth Congress, when Chaim Weizmann, in order to fight Herzl, took his party to the balcony and didn't vote in order to... So these kinds of political, heated moments are part of the Zionist history every time. And this time, we know that we are living in a world where things are polarized in more than one way, and we are not living in an island. And it definitely had an impact on this Congress. I'm happy to say that, I'm part of the more liberal part. I'm one of the leaders of the center-left wing of the Congress, and we had a huge success. The resolutions that we were able to pass, the constitution amendments that we were able to pass, and other achievements that we'll get to in a moment, really gave all of us a sense of optimism. I know that from the outside, it looks like a chaos. The energy that the delegates took home to their communities is unbelievable. They felt, rightly, that they are fighting the good fight for Zionism, and the results are definitely showing it.
Amazing. And I've certainly, as we talk about Zionism has so many definitions, and people see Zionism in different ways and relate in different ways. So in some sense, it's very healthy, I think, to have such a robust conversation. I do want to talk about the resolutions that were passed. I do want to, at the same time, though, just before we get to that, unpack a little bit about what the leadership model is now going to look like. And just recently, we had this announcement that Doron Peretz, who's from the Mizrahi camp, is going to be in rotation with Yaakov Agoel. You're also part of the leadership. How does this shape up? And what was this whole story with Yair Netanyahu trying to get some kind of leadership role that would then crash the ability of a rotation?
So let's start with the leadership.
Okay.
In the previous Congress that was concluded in 2020, and up until now it's the same one, the key position of the head of Keren Kayemet Li'Israel, KKL, and WZO was in the hands of the right wing.
And right wing, you mean Likud?
Likud and Mizrahi.
Okay.
Today, meaning the new Congress, it is split 50-50. 50 to the liberal side, 50 to the Orthodox right-wing side, both in Keren Kayemet Li'Israel and in the WZO.
Wow.
Doron Peretz was elected to be chair, but it's temporarily. He is moving. He will resign according to the agreement and will become the president. It's an important role, but more ceremonial. And Yaakov Hagoel will serve for the first part of the term, and then someone from the liberal camp would be the chair in the second part of the term. So it is split evenly between the two blocks, the liberal one and the Orthodox one in the Congress, which is quite good, quite impressive, an achievement if you compare it to the previous Congress. Now, you did raise up a name that surprised us during the Congress. The Likud wanted to submit to be one of the department's head, Yair Netanyahu. And you know what? I'm so encouraged by the way it was not received. Yeah. The fact that it crashed in a second, the coalition agreement, and we had to start all over again because many of us felt that this is simply not done.
Well, he doesn't have any qualifications, does he?
Usually you do not interfere in the nominations of other parties. These are their roles. They can nominate whomever they want. But, even for that, there is a limit. And it wasn't something that even we coordinated because we were surprised. But it is something that so many of us felt, and it fell in a second. And one of the things that I'm proud in this agreement that will be signed hopefully today, that Yair Netanyahu is not there and won't be able to be there because any nomination needs to pass a vote. And second, this is another thing that I'd like to mention, that Otzma Yehudit, Ben-Gvir's party, is not part of the coalition.
And that was also a lot of chaos. If I remember, I saw many videos, a lot of fights going on. And generally speaking, with the political situation, the government is represented in these parties. But here, the far, the extreme right, and as you mentioned, Itamar Ben-Gvir's party was actually also eliminated. How are you able to achieve that? Because it's not something that's obvious that certain parties or people would be left out in such a heated, as you mentioned, political environment that we live in here in the state of Israel.
Well, they are not left out. They are part of the Congress because according to the Constitution, if you are a Zionist party in the Knesset, you have representation in the Congress.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that you need to serve in the government of the Congress, meaning in the WZO executive. This is a negotiation of a coalition agreement.
Okay.
And we insisted. The liberal side of the Congress insisted that there is a red line. When Kahana was a member of Knesset, he once wanted to give a speech at the Congress, and he was not allowed to get in. Like Prime Minister Shamir left the plenum of the Knesset when Rabbi Kahana gave a speech. And we felt that the right attitude of Zionism today is definitely to draw a line, that racism could not be part of the coalition agreement. They are represented in the parliament of the Jewish people. Okay. That's fine. We cannot do anything about it. But once you get a coalition of your partners, you can choose. And I'm happy to say that the Jewish people decided what are the limits of the Zionist discourse.
And on a very positive note, the ultra-Orthodox or the Haredi parties actually are more involved this time, if I understand correctly. And that's actually very representative of the divide, the makeup of the state of Israel, and a very important, probably, constituency, considering the discussions going on about the draft bill and about the future of the economy of Israel, even, and the stability of Israel, which is definitely, it's necessary to have Haredim involved.
So we passed a resolution in the Congress that calls the government of Israel to legislate a law that it would be obvious that everyone should serve in the army. It passed in a vast majority. Interestingly enough, the Haredim are now more represented in the Congress. So one could say, wow, how could it happen? Because for sure they didn't vote for that. This is true. But yet, the majority of the delegates are representing views of Zionism that are way more liberal than you might think. Having said that, it is true that the Haredim are now more represented in the Congress. They joined the Zionist movement, the Ashkenazi 5 years ago, the Sephardi 10 years ago, and they grew in numbers. They didn't grow in numbers that took votes from the liberal side of the Congress, but from the more legacy parties, from Likud and Mizrahi. So Likud and Mizrahi shrank, and the Haredi parties grew in numbers, which is true. I say it with lots of respect. They were able to mobilize their people more than other parties in the right wing.
And it's fascinating when you talk about, again, the different visions of Zionism, because for historically ultra-Orthodox parties were not necessarily Zionist, let's call it, and you're starting to see them get more active. It could be a good sign in some ways as well. One of the other things I wanted to really talk about was this idea of the coalition agreement and having the center-right and the center-left work together is really where the state of Israel in many ways needs to go. We had unity governments in the past. We obviously have a very different government in place now. We've been dealing with 2 years of a very, very destructive war that is hopefully coming more to a close. And, I thought when I remember the night that the decision was made, back when the Congress was happening, thinking to myself how incredible it is to see Yesh Atid and Likud working together and hoping that was some kind of vision for what might be in any future election. Tell me, do you feel that the World Zionist Congress and the organization can be reflective of what could potentially be, let's say we do have early elections, would Netanyahu be looking, in your opinion, to become back to more where we were before in the government, maybe to not marginalize, but to get rid of the Ben Gvir parties and some of these other extremists and to come together? What are your thoughts on that?
I think that we raise a flag. We raise the flag that speaks about the need for centrality and about the boundaries of the Zionist tent. Mm-hmm. And I think that if the government of Israel will adopt it, that would be a wonderful thing. We are being led in the last few years, and we all know it, by the most extreme government that Israel ever had. Mm-hmm. So I'm not looking up to this government to make the change. I am looking to the coming Knesset, when we will have elections, hopefully sooner than later, in order to see what we did there and try to implement it in the Knesset. This is something I'm yearning for.
And do you see hope that could occur?
If you analyze the polls, I am optimistic. Yes, I'm optimistic. And, in this context, I'd like to remind us that one of the resolutions in the Congress that I'm so proud of, by the way, it's a resolution that my party, Merkaz, initiated, is to demand the government of Israel to have Vadat Hakira Mamlachtit, and a state commission for investigate the events of October 7th. And this decision also was adopted in a vast majority, in a huge majority. It tells you something about the involvement of world Jewry in what's happening in Israel, and it tells you something about the sentiment. Because if you would poll the Israeli society, you would see the same kind of sentiment. Most Israelis and most diaspora Jewry would like to see an independent investigation committee in order to know what really happened there.
Well, it's essential in order for it not to happen again, and you don't learn from mistakes that you don't know if you don't know what mistake was made. Now, it's very interesting. You mentioned again this idea of world Jewry. Now, so the organizations that make up the key of the World Zionist Organization is JNF, Keren HaYesod, right, KKL, and the Jewish Agency. Am I getting that correct? Those are the four key organizations?
Yeah. So the World Zionist Organization, it's the umbrella. This is the Congress. And under that Congress, we have two daughter companies.
Okay.
One is the Jewish Agency. One is Keren HaYesod, and one is Keren Kayemet LiYisrael. Okay. The one who has the largest budget is Keren Kayemet LiYisrael, with a budget that is between $1 billion to $2 billion a year, which is significant, and 100% of the board of directors of Keren Kayemet LiYisrael, JNF, it's the Congress. It's a reflection of the Congress. So the elections that we had in the last year all over the world, with more than 300,000 people participate, are really serious elections about how, not only about values, but also how to allocate the Jewish people's assets.
And that's what I wanted to know. So what happens now? You've got these billions of dollars now to allocate. What are the kinds of activities or programs that we're looking to fund? Where does that money go? And how does it impact not only us in Israel, of course, but also world Jewry?
So most of that money at this stage is invested here in Israel. I'm proud to say that in the last 5 years, we invested hundreds of millions of shekels in the south and in the north. due to what happened to Israel in the last 2 years, really many hundreds of millions. We invest also in Keren Kayemet Israel in environment. We tripled the sum of money that is invested in fighting the climate change. And of course, we invest not enough money in my eyes, but we invest significantly in Jewish education outside of Israel. In my eyes, the investment of the budget of the national institutions in Jewish education and in Jewish engagement programs outside of Israel is essential. When Herzl founded Keren Kayemet Israel in 1902, it was to buy land in Israel. Today, it is still important, but the tangible task that we need to deal with now, world juries, of course, the engagement with the Jewish heritage and the Jewish identity, and this is something that I would hope, and this is what we will be working on, that in the next few years we will allocate way more funds for Jewish programming outside of Israel.
And so you traveled all over the United States, not just to LA and New York, I was hearing, but so many, many communities in order to talk about the vote before it happens. What did you find when you were there? I mean, before the war started, we spent a lot of time speaking about the divide between the Jewish diaspora and Israel. Now, obviously, since October 7th, we've learned that that has changed. But of course, there's also this vast frustration, as you mentioned, with the government of Israel, and there is some disillusionment, and there's a massive spike in anti-Semitism. And some people feel, gosh, if I'm tied to Zionism, I'm going to experience anti-Semitism, and that doesn't feel so good, and maybe there's no way around it at this stage. But what did you hear on the grounds from the Jews that you met with?
So I was meeting, I was visiting many communities, JCCs, federations, and I must tell you that I was a little, I didn't know what to expect, because what you just described, Maayan, is something that I was bothered by. And I was surprised. I was surprised to see how curious people were about what Zionism could mean today, and how relieved they were that there is a way to speak about liberal Zionism in a way that would make them proud. That we can talk about liberal Zionism without feeling that it's not, it is something that cannot be. This is something that what you read in the media, it is something that gives people the reasoning to remember why the dream of Zionism is the right one, why the state of Israel represents it, and to understand that in order to fix what needs to be fixed, in the arena of civil rights in Israel, in the arena of state and religion in Israel, and in the arena of the judicial reform that was just almost imposed on us a year before the war. This is something that could be dealt if we are represented, if the liberal voice is next to the table. And the fact that, the conservative movement is not the biggest stream in North America today, the fact that we grew in numbers, we doubled the numbers of voters. We increased worldwide in 15% in the number of seats in the Congress. It's a significant change. It means that people got it. People understood that activism in Zionism is something that could make a difference, and this is now our task. We have 5 years to make that difference.
And do you feel that some of that fire was lit because of October 7th? I mean, I never like to talk about silver linings from the war because I don't know how you can find something positive about 2 years of war. But yet, on the other hand, some of these shifts, I mean, I feel like if you had the election before the war, you might not have seen that growth. Do you agree with that sentiment?
Could be. During the, it's interesting. It's a very frank conversation. I'm happy that we have a chance to do it. During the judicial reform, a year before the elections, we felt a very strong sense that people are furious, like you saw in Israel, in the Israeli streets, also in other places in the world, and would like to have their voice heard. And we didn't know what would be the effect of October 7th, because it was like something that calls us all in the first months for sure, like to unify all of us under one flag. What is politics and elections which is also true. Right. I'm happy to say that we saw it all over the world, but that people could combine these two messages. People understood that when it comes to fighting our enemies, we need to be united. When it comes to the nature of the state of Israel, to the soul of the state of Israel, we need to be clear about our values. This is not something that you can camouflage. This is something that you fight for because this is what politics is all about, right? It's a dispute over assets, over values, and this is something that you need to be engaged with. People got it.
Amazing. And I was reading, some of the works that you've written, certainly, in the last year and also right before the Congress. And one of the things that you wrote in the Times of Israel column was about this idea that we're at a turning point for Israel's national rebuilding. So do you still feel, after having gone through those several days of the Congress and the infighting and yet, as you said, the unity and the passion and the Zionism, that the leadership that we now have in place, that the Jewish world, the 300,000 voters voted in, can handle this task of national rebuilding?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yes, because the delegates went home, and I'm talking now the majority of the Congress, meaning the one who passed those resolutions, went home very energized. Very, their Zionist identity, was in rise. Yet we need to remember that as much as we want to be influential when it comes to the state of Israel, our budget is limited. Okay. Even between $1 billion to $2 billion, if you compare it to the budget of the government, it's marginal. Yeah. Okay, so we can do a lot, but we cannot replace and should not replace the government.
Right.
Therefore, we should find the programs that have an added value. This is our task, not to complement what the government is doing, but to find the added value that we can, in order to make things that cannot be achievable by the establishment. This is what we'll try to do, to tell you that we will be the key player in rebuilding now Israel. I'm not sure because our resources are limited, but where we can be very influential is in Jewish communities outside of Israel. Mm-hmm. There, the investment of the government of Israel is marginal, and there I feel that this is our task. Okay, the majority of the Jewish people do not live in Israel. Okay, Israel is the second largest Jewish community in the world. The biggest largest Jewish community in the world is North America. 8 million Jews there, 7.5 million Jews here. We have 1.5 to 2 million Jews in other parts of the world. The majority of the Jewish people are not living in Israel. Yet we are the nation state of the Jewish people. In order to justify our name, in order to justify the reason that we convened here, we need to find a way to work jointly, to work with one, with a pluralistic agenda, but with one vision in order to make sure that we will remain the nation state of the Jewish people, that we will be able to represent Judaism in a way that would dignify who we are, and vice versa. It's a work that both sides needs to work on.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the resolutions then that were passed that feed that agenda. Obviously, we can't go through them all, but what were the few key resolutions that were moved forward that you feel will enable that agenda to be achieved?
So from the coming from this Congress, mm-hmm. all the members of the Board of Governors of the Jewish Agency, all the members on behalf of the WZO, all the members of the KKL Directorate and of Keren HaYesod, etc., would need to sign and to declare that they are committed to Megillat HaAtzmaut, to the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel, including, and it's specified, including a commitment for equality that is not, and to fight this when it's not equality, when it comes to gender orientation or to men and women, or to not gender orientation, to gender equality and LGBT rights and everything. Everyone who is now feels an office in the building, in the establishment, needs to sign this kind of commitment. This is a constitutional amendment that we passed. In order to pass a constitutional amendment, you need to have 2/3 of the votes. Not an easy task. It passed. This is one resolution that I'm sure that would define the representatives of all parties, including the Haredi. They would have to be committed to this. Otherwise, they cannot get into their positions. Important. Something that bothers us for many years, 7 years now, is a resolution that we submitted that has to do with the Kotel.
Okay.
The Kotel agreement was signed almost 10 10 years ago and never implemented.
That was the one under Jewish Agency chair at the time, Natan Sharansky.
Exactly. Okay. But what is even more bothering than that is that 7 years ago, a stone fell from the Kotel.
I remember that.
Immediately, there was all the money in the world and all the professionals in the world in order to make sure that it goes back. Yet, the platform that it hit when it fell was never fixed. And today, in the egalitarian Kotel, there is no possibility to touch the wall. For 7 years now, the people that are coming to have their bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah or just to daven in the egalitarian Kotel cannot touch the wall. Wow. That kind of a thing would have never happened in the other side of the wall. And it's not by chance that it didn't happen. The municipality of Jerusalem is dragging its feet. The Israeli government is not interfering. The mayor says it's the government. The government says it's the mayor. You know, we talked in
welcome to Israel.
Welcome to Israel. We talked with the secretary of the cabinet in the last board of governors of the Jewish Agency, and he said, "Listen, it's not us. It's the mayor of Jerusalem." We met with the mayor. He said exactly the opposite. It is something that intentionally is not solved. Now, I cannot tell you how humiliating it is to come to that place feeling that you are a second-class Jew in the nation state of the Jewish people, and this is an insult that we must fix. I'm happy that the Congress adopted that resolution and very firmly called the government of Israel to take care of it.
Now, I want to talk about some of the resolutions that didn't pass. So, for example, I understand that there was a resolution that really just called on the Congress to say thank you to Christian Zionists who are supporting the state of Israel or non-Jews who are Zionists in their own right. And that basic resolution, which wanted to have no money involved but a department in order to recognize that there are Zionists that are not Jewish or who are not Jewish, didn't pass. Why is there still a hang-up against Christian Zionists, for example, especially after October 7th, after 2 years of saying that once again, this is the community that really stood by Israel, helped to fund Israel, came to Israel in the aftermath of the war?
I'm not sure, Maayan, that I agree with the way that you described that resolution.
Okay. I mean, I read the text of it.
Yeah. It was a resolution that was geared towards evangelical Christians.
Yes.
Them and then them only. Not other religions and that are supporting Israel, individuals or groups or whatever. And when it came to the committee that dealt with it, there were some groups and individuals that offered amendments to this resolution in order to make it more inclusive, in order to make it not that. And it wasn't accepted.
Oh, the amendments were accepted. I understood there were amendments made to it. They weren't made?
But not amendments that made this resolution something that if you look at it very fairly, you feel, okay, it represents its all. This is one thing. Secondly, it also involved at least a desire to have a budget, to have birthright to evangelical Christians to Israel.
Okay.
Which is a big thing. I wish we had enough money to bring all Jews that we'd like to bring to Israel. Now to expand it, it's challenging with the limited resources. Maybe in the coming Congress or in the coming Vada Poel, every year we have like a small Congress, we'll be able to pass a resolution that would be more suitable to the spirit of inclusive thinking and ideology.
Interesting. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about your own party, the Merkaz Masorti movement, and how you are positioning yourself going forward. Tell me a little bit about the vision of the Merkaz movement as it is today, and has it changed over time? Do you feel that it's become more interesting to the Israeli society as much as it is to the diaspora community?
So the Masorti movement in Israel, we call the conservative Judaism in Israel is called Masorti, but not only in Israel. Only in the U.S., the conservative movement is called conservative. In the other parts of the world, in Latin America, in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, and in Israel, it's the Masorti movement. Mm-hmm. And it stands for tradition. I'm happy to say that all over the world, except of the U.S., because conservative Judaism was in the middle of the previous century the mainstream of North American Jewry, and now things changed and it shrank in numbers. In other parts of the world, we are growing. That's both in Israel, we have now about 100 congregations, Batei Knesset, and in Europe, in Latin America. In Latin America, Masorti Judaism is the mainstream Judaism. This is the default.
And that is defined similar to the U.S., like egalitarian minions, for example, some same values as conservative Judaism in America, or different?
With differences. It's based on the same understanding that halakha could have an answer if you look deeply and find a way to deal with it seriously without being afraid of change. Not that you need to go for a change for everything, but without being afraid, there are solutions. Yet there are differences between our congregations all over the world. Like in Latin America, all Masorti congregations would play music on Shabbat. In North America, not all. Only like 70%. In Israel, none of the Masorti congregations would play music. It's interesting, not because it is not halachically possible to do it, because this is the vibe of the country. If you would have asked me 10 years ago, only 90% of the congregations all over the world were fully egalitarian. Today, it's 99% of all congregations are fully egalitarian. So there are differences, not that many, and it's a very, very interesting thing to study. In this Congress, it's the first time that we had representation from Uganda.
Oh, wow.
We have a new Zionist Federation in Uganda, and I'm happy that the one that was elected to represent Uganda is Rabbi Gershom Sizumu. He's a graduate of the Ziegler Rabbinical School in Los Angeles, was ordained there. He's a rabbi he is the chief rabbi of Ugandan Jewish community that is mostly it's Masorti Jews. Not a huge congregation. In Uganda, there are about between 5,000 to 8,000 Jews. But it's really interesting to see how conservative Judaism was appealing to those Jews. It is something that I'm looking forward to see how it develops in the Congress. It's the first representation that we have from Africa that is not South Africa.
Incredible. Now, we are running out of time, and I just want to ask you one more question. You know, we're talking about this. You took us back at the beginning to the first Zionist Congress and the vision of Herzl. If Herzl was looking at what happened today, all the finger-pointing, the shouting, and yet the unity that we described that is coming out of it, what do you think he would say about the World Zionist Congress in 2025?
Wow, what a question. You know, Herzl was an extensive writer. He wrote a lot. This is, I think, the way he reflected on things. So thank God we have so many of his diaries. And 10 months prior to the Congress, to the first Zionist Congress in Basel, it was, if I'm not mistaken, in October 1896, he writes in his diary how frustrated he is. You know what? It's more than frustration. He's depressed. And he says, I'm looking everywhere. I'm talking to people. These Jews are not helping me. These Jews tell me that they help me, but they don't. The other group in Russia or in England, they only want to push themselves forward. His frustration is so huge because of everything that we see, human behavior. And yet you see that 10 months later, he was able to put together the Congress that was a pivotal moment in the Jewish history. And he suffered a lot in the 7th Congress that he led. He died 7 years after the first Zionist Congress. Each and every Congress was chaotic in a way that made him depressed from one hand, but optimistic from other hand. It's always the case. So we know that we feel rightly that generation were the giants, and we are, chagavim, we are dwarfs. It's not the same. I'm sure that he would have seen the democratic, political, heated debates, and he would see this is the thing that I was looking for. To have Jewish sovereignty in Israel with the ability to run a Jewish parliament with world Jewry, with people feel that they are talking about their soul, they are bringing their guts. I think he would have been proud of us.
Wow. Well, Yitzhar Hess, Vice Chair of the World Zionist Organization, truly inspiring. Thank you so much for sharing your insights today.
Toda rabba, Mayan, for having me.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm India Naftali, and here is your roundup of the latest developments coming out of Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu's request for a presidential pardon to end his corruption trial has been transmitted to the Pardons Department in the Ministry of Justice, which will collect opinions from legal authorities, then pass them to the president's legal advisor. Only after that will the president make a final decision. Netanyahu formally submitted the pardon request to President Herzog, seeking to end his long-running corruption trial, charges of fraud, bribery, and breach of trust. He stressed the move served the national interest, arguing that the trial is tearing Israel apart and that the country needs a restoration of unity. The Prime Minister also points to U.S. President Donald Trump's call for an immediate end to the trial, so the two leaders can coordinate on strategic regional opportunities. Coalition supporters, including ministers and partners of Netanyahu, called the pardon a necessary step to heal deep social divisions and enable the government's focus on security challenges. But opposition leaders and democracy watchdogs warn that giving clemency before a verdict without admission of guilt or political retirement would strike a serious blow to the rule of law and equality before the law. President Herzog characterized the request as extraordinary, stating he will consider it seriously and responsibly. And now the issue of the draft exemption bill is set to escalate today in the Knesset as the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee begins debating the revised draft. The proposal would continue granting full-time yeshiva students military exemptions while weakening oversight and eliminating sanctions for draft evaders over the age of 26. The committee's own legal advisor has already warned this bill is unlikely to pass high court scrutiny and is not a conscription law. Criticism is pouring in across the political spectrum. Former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant from the Likud called the bill inconceivable, accusing his own party of reaching a new low, and warning that within 15 years, 1 in 3 Jewish males may not serve in the IDF. He said he lost his job for refusing to back such a law, calling Haredi enlistment a military necessity. The Democrats' party leader, Yair Golan, said the bill permits draft evasion and will not survive Supreme Court review. The legislation, as is, would continue exempting full-time yeshiva students from military service, while also supposedly increasing conscription among Haredi graduates who finished their studies. However, the current bill removes various provisions from a previous draft that were intended to ensure that those registered for yeshiva study are actually studying, and cancels all sanctions on draft evaders when they turn 26. The coalition is expected to push ahead with the bill, setting up a major legal and political showdown. Now today is day 787 of the war in Gaza. The ceasefire is generally holding, but local clashes continue. The IDF confirms that the commander of Hamas's East Rafah battalion, his deputy, and 2 other operatives were killed yesterday after they tried to escape a tunnel complex in eastern Rafah, an area under full IDF control, where dozens of Hamas terrorists remain trapped underground. The 4 were spotted emerging from the tunnel and were killed by IDF troops and Air Force strikes. The army says more than 30 terror operatives have been killed in recent weeks as they attempted to flee, with another 8 captured. Hamas sources estimate 60 to 80 of their members are still holed up below the city. Israel refuses any deal that allows terrorists free passage. The IDF believes the remaining operatives are running out of food and supplies and may be starving underground. And finally, continuing with the IDF operations in Gaza, the IDF just released a press release publishing images and videos taken in Rafah of how they are dismantling Hamas's terror tunnels and infrastructure. It has been estimated that 70 to 80% of Gaza's terror tunnels are still intact. The releasing of these visuals is done in efforts of transparency and to prove the IDF is operating in Rafah in southern Gaza properly under the terms of the ceasefire agreement. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest updates coming out of Israel. I'm India Naftali. Thanks for watching.
President Trump just greenlit the sale of America's most advanced warplane to Saudi Arabia, the F-35. Israel's once guaranteed aerial dominance now appears to be on the line. At the same time, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman says he's ready to join the Abraham Accords if there's a path to Palestinian statehood. That came only hours after the UN Security Council unanimously backed Trump's 20-point Gaza plan. Are Israel's war goals being achieved or slowly dismantled behind closed doors? Stay tuned for today's Israel Undiplomatic. Shalom and welcome to another episode of Israel Undiplomatic. I'm Mark Regev speaking to you from Jerusalem, and this week Ruthie Bloom is speaking to us from North America. She's in New York City. And Ruthie, did you get a chance to watch last night the press conference between President Trump and the Saudi Crown Prince?
Yes, I did. What do you think about this? Listen, you know that I have mixed feelings about Saudi Arabia and about Saudi Arabia joining the Abraham Accords. I mean, it's all well and good that there are deals and mutual interest between Saudi Arabia and the United States. But, you know, I'm concerned because though the Saudis are in this alliance against Iran, it's not clear that we can trust that that Riyadh won't turn on us later. And one indication is its ridiculous insistence always mentioning Palestinian statehood.
So Ruthie, I think you overstate the concerns and you understate the benefits of getting a deal with Saudi Arabia. And this is something President Trump wants. This is something that Benjamin Netanyahu wants. This is something that I think is good for Israel. I think it's good for the United States if it's possible to do. Now, of course, you raise the legitimate issue of when they say they're a Palestinian state, this is something that Israel's not going to agree to, not anytime soon at least. And so how are we going to have this breakthrough with Saudi Arabia? And I think the answer is, do the Saudis just want to tick the box? In other words, to say there's some words there, or do they actually expect it to happen? And many people, serious people, think that it's more ticking the box. They have to sort of tell their people in the other Arab and Muslim countries that they got something for the Palestinians, but it doesn't have to be something substantial. And here I'd remind you of the 60 Minutes interview that President Trump gave, 2 weeks ago now? And when he was asked specifically, will the Saudis won't agree to peace without Palestinian statehood, he sort of gave a flippant answer saying that's just not serious.
Right. But you see, this is my problem. Whenever we say, well, these Arab leaders, they just have to tick the box, as you put it, or I would say they're talking to their people and they have to pay lip service to it. That's exactly what worries me. It's not that I don't agree with it. I know the Saudis don't care at all about the Palestinians. We know that because they never help them or do anything. We also know that the Saudis hate the Muslim Brotherhood, and that's who Hamas is, and we know that. But if the Arab leaders feel that they have to satisfy the Arab street, so-called, by paying lip service to that, well, what does that tell you about the Arab street? I mean, we've seen what happened with Egypt after all these years, where the government of Egypt, all those decades ago, made a peace deal with Israel, but the street in Egypt remained highly anti-Israel, anti-Semitic, the media, the schools, everything. That's what concerns me. Also, we know that this President Trump's 20-point plan anyway includes a clause about a path to Palestinian statehood. And we agreed to that all along because any conditions put on the Palestinians in order to be granted statehood, we know that they won't live up to that. They can't because it's not part of their ideology. They're not going to reform and they're not going to, so we know that that's not happening. And we know that Israel, most Israelis have reached the conclusion after October 7th that there's no way that's happening. Maybe in 1,000 years when you and I are long dead. Okay, we know that. But as I said, we have to be careful about getting all excited about, peace with our Arab neighbors when what it is, as you say, you always say this, mutual interest, that's well and good. But I wouldn't call it necessarily peace if the way to appease the street is by winking and saying Israel's behaving badly in Gaza.
The only real street that the leadership in Saudi Arabia has to worry about is the Saudi people. And here, because the Americans are putting all these sweeteners on the table, whether it's a defense pact, whether it's the F-35s, whether it's the 300 tanks, whether it's the upgrading of the military relationship, all these things together, whether it's the nuclear reactor or cooperation in nuclear, it's not clear to me what that is at this stage. But they can sell this deal to their people that they'll say this makes Saudi Arabia stronger and safer and we can protect ourselves better. And we've also enhanced our security relationship with the United States. So that'll be their argument to their people, that this is a good deal for Saudi Arabia. On the other issue that you raised, that it won't be a real peace, look, let's be frank here. Peace is often based on political self-interest. And I want to stress why it's in Israel's interest to move forward on this, because I think we've said it a few months ago on this podcast. Making a deal with Saudi Arabia is not just making a deal with another Arab state. Saudi Arabia has a special position in the Arab world. Saudi Arabia has a special position in the larger Muslim Arab world. It is the custodian of the two Muslim holy sites of Mecca and Medina. And if the Saudis move on Israel, if they normalize their ties, it'll not stop there. You'll have other Arab and Muslim countries following suit, important countries like Indonesia, other countries too. And if that happens, that's a game breaker. And I would argue, Ruthie, if one talks about defeating Hamas, so we're defeating Hamas militarily in Gaza, fighting this war, we've destroyed them, we've decapitated their leadership, we've destroyed their military machine. But the ultimate political defeat for Hamas, in my opinion, the ultimate political defeat for them is to have a country like Saudi Arabia recognize Israel, make peace with Israel, normalize ties with Israel. Because when a country of the Islamic credentials like Saudi Arabia makes peace with Israel, that is Hamas's worst nightmare.
Oh, no, there I agree with you totally. But by the way, when you say things like he has to sell it to his people, again, let's not kid ourselves about what kind of kingdom this is, all right? Sell it to the people? That sounds like you're talking about a democracy. He's running for election. No, he's the crown prince. MBS is a crown prince. It's true, he says, he's modernizing Saudi Arabia. So, 5 minutes ago, he allowed women to learn how to drive, okay? And maybe in 10 years, he'll allow women to be able to leave their homes without a male escort. What I'm trying to say is make no mistake about who the Saudis are. We spend a lot of time saying that Hamas are barbarians, and they certainly are. And so is Fatah, even though you disagree with me on that a bit. But what I'm trying to say is are you under some illusion about what kind of regime you have there where if somebody is caught stealing, his hands are chopped off? This is not the kind of thing, as I said, interests are well and good. But you always have to keep your eye on the ball. With regimes that behave like that, they are barbaric, even though MBS is very classy and he knows how to talk to the West. But that's not a Western country, and by the way, not that I have such love these days for Western countries. I just would also like to point out something very ironic about the UN Security Council vote in support of the U.S.-led resolution on the 20-point plan that the UN passed overwhelmingly. What's ironic about it is that in the plan, it says that there's going to be a pathway to a Palestinian statehood. Now, remember all those countries at the UN that announced that they were recognizing a Palestinian state already. We're talking about Western countries, I mean. And so if they signed on to this, what they're saying is they're acknowledging that there's no Palestinian state. There's a pathway to a future one. So all they're doing is sort of undercutting their own recent declarations about how they're calling it Palestine and, You're talking about all these countries at the UN. Oh, and so that to me is kind of ironic. And also the good sign is that Hamas is against the resolution and against the plan.
So it's like if Hamas is against it, it's probably a good thing, and I
Yeah.
think there's a certain amount of truth in that. I'd like
Yeah.
to raise the issue that these same governments who recognize Palestine now vote for a resolution that says in the future there might be, if they meet certain conditions, a Palestinian state. I think that's typical UN and diplomatic hypocrisy, and we don't have to worry about that. That's what is it? That's path of the course. That's normal
Yes.
behavior. Yes. I'd like to raise though there are some very serious issues that there's been discussion on in Israel about people very worried about the Saudis getting top rate U.S. military equipment, especially the F-35s. Makes a lot of people unhappy in Israel. They're worried about that. They were unhappy when it looked like the Emirates were going to get it. In the end, the Emirates didn't get it for different reasons, but the idea that Saudis would get that sort of top-tier U.S. equipment, and there was concern about the nuclear cooperation and so forth. But I want to say my opinion on this issue, right? I think it'll be incumbent on the United States, if they do go forward and if they do sell all this American equipment to Saudi Arabia. There's an act of Congress that goes back years now, which is QME. There's a guarantee by the United States to give Israel, maintain Israel's qualitative military edge. In other words, because we are outnumbered in our region and we're smaller than most of our neighboring states, and that we're, and we're outgunned often, we have to have quality against quantity. And that was an American commitment to maintain our quality. And F-35s gives Israel a huge qualitative advantage in the skies. Now, if the Saudis are supposed to get this equipment too, as part of a normalization agreement with Israel, as part of peace, I would hope, and I believe the Israeli government should be pushing for this very strongly, that there is adequate technological compensation for Israel in order to enhance and maintain our QME, our qualitative military edge. And I think the Americans should consider maybe giving us, no, I'm not from the Air Force, but an Israeli wish list could include things like the B-2 bomber, which was so successful in attacking those bombers in Iran. I mean, if Trump wants to sell equipment and he wants to maintain our QME, he can do so.
No, absolutely. But here, don't forget that Trump this is nearing, it's not the end of his administration. Of course, he's got another 2.5 years to go. We don't know which administration is going to be in power in Washington in 2.5 years. Is it going to be a Republican administration? Is it going to be a Republican administration from the isolationist camp? Is it going to be from the more Israel supportive Trump camp? Is there going to be a Democrat president? All of these things in global politics, 2.5 years is nothing. And so we don't know what's going to happen with all these promises from Trump toward Israel. That's one thing. The other thing is, Israel's need for qualitative military edge already presupposes war. It means that Israel knows it has to, in this region, it has to always have its powder dry because it's surrounded by enemies. Now, if peace is busting out all over, and if Saudi Arabia joins the Abraham Accords and other countries follow, theoretically, why do you need to have all these stealth bombers and all this stuff? Because what that means is that everybody acknowledges, tacitly and openly, that the Middle East doesn't have peace. It has quiet between wars. And, so my feeling is, okay, that's all well and good. But if we need a qualitative military edge and we need to guarantee it, it's because we know that there's not going to be peace, not for a long time, not forever. It's not okay. It's not like even after World War II, where you have Germany has peace with its neighbors and with America. In the Middle East, obviously nobody actually believes it.
Ruthie, I have a different perspective, as you know, because I think the two go hand in hand. I believe in peace through strength, which I think is something that American presidents have said over the years. But you have peace by showing you have the ability to defend yourself. There's no contradiction between saying that Israel wants peace with its neighbors And we have to maintain our qualitative military edge. They go hand in hand. Your ability that you are strong actually deters war and helps keeps the peace. I think it's a crucial element. And so, once again, I don't see any contradiction on your larger point about we live in a region where the politics is a bit, there's not a democracy around Israel, and we live in all sorts of regimes, some of them totalitarian, some of them feudal and so forth in our neighborhood, some of them just old-fashioned military autocracies, yes, military dictatorships. But Ruthie, first of all, you yourself said a moment ago that we don't know what's going to happen in America when Trump finishes his term 3.5 years from now. Well, that's a good point, okay? We don't know what's going to happen in America. We don't know what's going to happen with our neighbors either. But if you have the assumption or a philosophy that we can't make deals and make peace agreements with our neighbors because they're not democratic, well, we're not going to make peace with any neighbors because we don't have a single neighbor who's democratic. Let's be frank. That's the reality. And if you say, okay, before you said, women in Saudi Arabia have limited rights. They might be able to drive, but they can't leave their houses without a guardian and so forth and so on. I don't know what the details are. I don't keep a close eye on this. But if Israel waits for our neighbors to become Western-style democracies, well, we're waiting a long time for peace. We've got part of realpolitik is knowing what is possible and making the best with the hand you've been played. Now, our neighbors are our neighbors. Do we want to live with them in war or do we want to live with them in peace? And if it's possible to live in peace with them, that's obviously better. I also want to say something. I went to one of these Track 2 dialogues a few months ago between Israelis and members of, Arab countries. And there was a Saudi there who said very interestingly something like this. He said, all the West, he wasn't talking about Israel, but he was saying the West presses Saudi Arabia to reform, presses Saudi Arabia to make democratic reforms. Well, Saudi Arabia is reforming. Saudi Arabia is moving forward, according to his opinion. And there have been changes in many ways. Under the Mohammed bin Salman, Saudi Arabia has been opening it up and becoming more liberal internally, but it's still very much an authoritarian regime. And this Saudi was saying, if you open up the political regime, if you change the political system, maybe you're not going to have the stability that allows you to make this sort of steady reform process, economic reform, social reform, religious reforms. In other words, maybe we should accept our neighbors for what they are and work with them as best we can.
No, absolutely. I'm not saying you shouldn't work with them. I'm saying don't fantasize about some great peace. Now, I have to say, on behalf of the United Arab Emirates, at least after they signed the Abraham Accords, we saw real change. We saw their efforts to encourage Israeli tourism. They even opened up kosher restaurants, things like that. Okay, that is already, the proof was in the pudding, and they really acted on it until October 7th. As soon as we were under massive assault from, let's face it, their own enemies as well. Like you say, the Abraham Accords countries are anti-Hamas. But nevertheless, they right away jumped on the bandwagon of saying we were committing atrocities. And so that was worrisome. Now, Saudi Arabia is a different story because Saudi Arabia is nowhere near as quote unquote modern as the United Arab Emirates, for example. And MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, yes, he's very Western educated. He knows the West, et cetera, et cetera. But don't be fooled by him. He's no Westerner. And I'm not saying that you have to, that you can't make deals with your neighbors. Of course you can. What I'm saying is they're not to be trusted, as we saw after October 7th. And we already had qualitative military edge. Look what happened. It took 2 years. It's still going on. It took 2 years for us to be playing whack-a-mole with enemies from all over the place. And they were the Iranian axis. But did the other axis, the anti-Iran axis, help Israel? Not really. It was sitting and waiting to see who emerges victorious. What I'm saying is that don't be under illusions about those countries. The other tricky part about this is that, Iran, when the Shah of Iran was in power, he began reforming Iran. Now, he was hated for his opulent lifestyle and all this, but he actually liked the West. He liked Western movies. he was reforming. And that opened the door, ironically, sadly, his reforms opened the door for the Ayatollah Khomeini, for the radical Islamists to take over. Okay, so that's another thing that can be happening in a country like Saudi Arabia, is that reforms backfire in that way as well. I'm just saying that I would be concerned about Israel's not maintaining its qualitative military edge, because even when we had it, you say peace through strength. Look what happened on October 7th and afterwards. I'm not talking about just that day when Hamas invaded Israel. Hamas is a crappy little terrorist organization. I'm talking about the wider region and the Muslim Brotherhood, which is a massive operation globally. So all I'm saying is that I was extremely disappointed in the behavior of our Abraham Accords partners after October 7th. They should have stood by Israel without question, since they knew that this was Iran's axis. They are enemies of Iran. And yet, when it comes down to it, when it's the Jews, they're not so anxious to jump in and defend Israel as the state of the Jews or the Jews worldwide. And I said, that's all I said, is we cannot be under any illusions.
I'm not under any illusions, Ruthie, but I also look at the half glass that is full, because you can say correctly that the Abraham Accords countries criticized Israel's handling of the war. I think the Saudis and some others, even accused Israel of genocide, like some of our European used-to-be friends would say the same things, yes? But let me remind you of the following. When French and British and Austrian and German airlines weren't flying to Israel, there were daily flights every day from the UAE to Israel and back, right? They didn't close down their air traffic. There were one or two odd days because of particularly bad fighting with Iran or something during the 12-day war and so forth. But for the whole, the UAE and the other Abraham Accords countries were much stronger on the relationship than some of our traditional friends, in inverted commas. And that needs to be said. And if you say specifically about the Saudis, now, I don't know any military secrets. I've been out of government for too long to know any military secrets, yes? But I know what was reported in the international press. And it was reported in very authoritative sources that during the war with Iran, during the recent rounds of fighting with Iran, and especially during the 12-day war, that the Saudis were giving assistance indirectly, directly to the anti-Iranian coalition. So if they speak out and vote against me at the UN, but they're helping me win the war against Iran. And then, of course, there were the Israeli operations against the Houthis in Yemen. That's right on Saudi territory. There were reports of Israeli Air Force planes flying. I don't know if it's true or not, but the report said they were flying over Saudi airspace, that the Saudis were hoping to facilitate Israeli operations. So I think even in a situation of non-normalization, you can, from reading the international press, you can presume that Israel and Saudi Arabia are having tangible, mutually beneficial cooperation. And that's all I'm saying. By having normalization, we can probably expand that. Does that mean the Saudis are always going to vote with us at the UN? No, they won't. Most of the world doesn't. Will they be better and better positioned to help Israel be stronger and safer in the region? Will it help strengthen the anti-Iranian axis? Will it help strengthen those forces who are against the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas? Yes, yes, and yes. And so I think this is a road worth traveling on. I don't think, my eyes are wide open. I understand the limitations. I understand the sort of regime in Saudi Arabia. I understand that they need to be part of the Arab and Muslim world. I understand all that. But knowing all that, I still think we're doing much together, apparently, under the table today. We can do much more on top of the table once we have normalization. I think it can work to Israel's advantage. I think it can work to the advantage of Saudi Arabia. There was one issue that bothered me, and that was the talk when Biden was still president, that the Saudis wanted nuclear enrichment as part of getting a nuclear energy program from the Biden administration as part of peace with Israel. And there are Arab countries with nuclear reactors, but no Arab country has the ability to make enrichment. And the Saudi argument was that they needed this because the Iranians also had enrichment. Okay? Now it's very interesting. I'm reading between the lines here, and maybe I'm guessing, and I don't want to guess, Ruthie, but I don't have a choice here. No one talked about enrichment now in this recent visit at the White House, not publicly at least. Nothing was leaked to the press about enrichment. The Saudis weren't talking about enrichment. Is it possible because in the 12-day war that Israel and the United States destroyed the Iranian nuclear program, that the Saudis are less under pressure to have their own enrichment capabilities? Maybe that's another indirect or direct outcome of the war against Iran.
Well, I certainly would agree they probably feel it's less urgent, but they are talking about nuclear power, not enrichment. Okay, but that's the first step. Okay, so again, you have to be careful. And yes, the Saudis and Israel have been working behind the scenes, cooperating behind the scenes for quite some time now. That's true. But my point is this, we always used to say how we would know that the Palestinian Authority had reformed, or, I hate calling them Palestinians because that's not what they are. They're Arabs who live in Judea and Samaria and Gaza. Okay. But what we used to always say for decades, we said the minute, and that started from the days of Arafat, the minute that they say anything in Washington, the minute we want to hear them say it in Arabic to their own people in their own language, not just to satisfy Washington or somebody else. And even though in today's day and age, you can translate any language into any language very easily at the press of a button, still, there is a difference between what MBS says in Washington and what he says in Arabic. And when we can trust that there's change in the air, genuine change, is when you hear leaders in the Arab world addressing their own people in Arabic about these issues and about reforms. That's when you can say, wow, there are winds of change blowing.
So I agree, and there are already the beginning of those winds of change, positive winds of change we've seen. And I think even you would agree with me, in the UAE, the way they speak about Jews, the way they're fighting extremism in their mosques and in their universities, very positive changes. Also in Bahrain, also in Morocco, countries where they have serious discussions about Jews and the Holocaust and the creation of Israel and this sort of anti-Semitic myths that used to be out there, part of the public discourse, that they've been discredited. I'm not saying they're totally gone. Of course, they're there in parts of the society. But as a government, as an official society, they are on a different level. And I think that should be the example of Saudi Arabia. And I think it'll be very important for Israel to see if we move forward with Saudi Arabia, and I hope we do, and I think there's a good chance we will. We have to look, as you say, internally, how are they talking to their own people internally about Jews, about Israel. I mean, ultimately, Ruthie, I mean, I'm not an expert on the Muslim holy book, on the Quran, yes? But the Quran talks about Muhammad fighting with Jewish tribes in the Arabian Peninsula, okay? Now, you can say, okay, if you want to be anti-Semitic, you say that's a sign that Muhammad had to fight the Jews because they were terrible people, yes? But it can also be a sign that actually the Jews date back centuries in the Middle East, that we're an authentic part of the region. The whole idea that we're some sort of foreign colonizers who came here and took, we had no right to be here, we had no roots here. It's rubbish, right? And it says so in their own holy book. If we get more serious discussions about that sort of thing, and I agree with you, I'm for a deal with Saudi Arabia, under any conditions. I think not under any conditions. I've said that I want that deal with Saudi Arabia. I think Israel can take calculated risks to get that deal. But after that deal is signed, I'll be very interested to see if Saudi Arabia follows the example of the UAE and we see this sort of education for peace and coexistence and for understanding, or if it's more like Egypt, unfortunately, our oldest peace partner, where you get a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of anti-Semitic, anti-Israel stuff in their education system. And then you ask a question, why is my people so hostile to peace? Because they're being taught to be hostile to peace.
Well, obviously, but Egypt, it's not just that that Egyptians are very anti-Semitic, and we see that again in their cartoons, in their, in their whole culture. We see that. It's not just that. We also discovered that Egypt was complicit in Hamas's arming and rearming. And even to this day, there are drones going over from Egypt with weapons into Gaza. Now, how is that ironic? Because Egypt so hates the Muslim Brotherhood that it doesn't want a single Gazan inside its borders and blocks it off and didn't help any of the so-called. Egypt was accusing Israel of committing genocide and unjustly attacking women and children in Gaza. Did Egypt take them in? No. Did Egypt let them come into even the massive Sinai desert? No. All right. But it isn't stopping them from sending weapons into Gaza while mediating, hostage releases. And the same thing with Qatar. Qatar was a mediator and complicit in the whole business, in the whole massacre, in the whole. So, they were negotiating for hostage releases and they were supporting Hamas. So this is what I mean about, being, you have to be careful about who you call your partners for something even resembling peace. And yes, there are interests. And yes, Saudi Arabia, as I said, the trouble with listen, recently Saudi Arabia has this annual comedy festival in the square where they used to chop people's head off. I mean, maybe they still do that, and I'm not sure, but it was nicknamed Chop Chop Square, and in Riyadh, where they have invited and paid lots of money to American comedians to go over and perform in a comedy club. And many of these comedians, took the money and went over there. Now, why was that problematic? The comedians, who it was all very well and good, the Saudis were happy to hear these comedians make fun of America, make fun of Trump, make fun of gays and women's rights and all that, because they're funny. These are comedians who hate woke. But guess what? They had to sign before before being allowed into Saudi Arabia that the one thing they would not make jokes about is the Saudi regime. So, it's like that old joke about the Soviet and the American. The American said, I live in such a free country, I can stand on the White House lawn and say, screw the president of the United States. And the Soviets said, wow, what a coincidence. I can stand on the Kremlin lawn and scream, screw the president of the United States as well. So that's all I'm saying here. Be wary about all these reforms. And MBS, as I said, very elegant guy. And, Trump said, he's so handsome or whatever he says to him. And he knows his stuff, MBS. That's no question about it. But make no mistake, whatever reforms he's implementing are at such a snail's pace, as far as we're concerned, that, you're not even allowed to make a joke about the regime.
We're running out of time, but I would remind you that you said yourself that reform in these sort of countries has to be handled very carefully, because you mentioned the example of Iran and the Shah, that maybe reforms, if they'd been done more cautiously in Iran, we would never have had the Ayatollah regime. So just to think about that. I also want to say I disagree with you. I don't want to whitewash the Egyptians, but I make a distinction between Qatar and the Turks, who have an ideological affinity with Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood and that sort of crowd, and between the Egyptians, who were complicit in allowing Hamas to rearm, but I don't think they were actually doing it themselves. In other words, all turning a blind eye or taking corruption or so forth and so forth. But there's a difference there, because, as you said correctly, they don't like the Muslim Brotherhood, they don't like Hamas in Egypt. Is Egypt a friend of Israel? Well, we have a formal peace treaty, but the relationship could be a lot warmer, and it's not because the Egyptians have chosen it to be that way, and that's an issue, and that's a problem. But because we're running to the end of our time, we'll have to say goodbye until next week, Ruthie. Because you're our person now in North America, maybe next week you can tell us what else is happening at the White House, but until then, look after yourself.
Okay, you too, Mark. Looking forward to seeing you next week.
Well, joining us now to discuss these ongoing skirmishes in the region is Colonel Rich Outzen, a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Colonel Outzen, thank you so much for joining us today. Always a pleasure to have you on. Let's start with the Pope's visit to Lebanon. He just wrapped up a recent visit to Turkey, now Lebanon. What is the significance of this visit at this time?
Well, coming as the first visit for Pope Leo to the region, I think it shows that he's going to be very focused in the way that other popes have been focused on different regions, Africa, the church in Asia, that the fate of the small vestigial Catholic communities in the Middle East matters a great deal to him. So he is going to be very engaged with the U.S. government. As you know, he's by origin an American pope. I think he's going to be engaged with Israel and with the governments of the region to make sure that the right of people to practice their Catholic faith and Christian faith is preserved, but also that the physical presence of these very small, fragile communities is protected. I think it's a very big statement of his priorities, and he's going to be in the seat for a while, so that's significant for all the countries that have large Catholic communities.
Now, Hezbollah, switching gears a little bit, has been rearming, as we know, in violation of the ceasefire pretty much throughout this ceasefire time, and the IDF has been responding militarily. How does the United States see this issue, and do you anticipate that there will be further escalation in Lebanon?
I do, unfortunately. You may know I was in Israel in 2006 serving on active military service, so I got to see that Lebanon war unfold, and it's the unfortunate dynamic that the government of Lebanon does not fully control its borders, and all the armed forces does not have a monopoly of force in its area. President Trump is unequivocal in his desire for peace in the region and for these ceasefires to hold, but he's a pragmatic man. And at the end of the day, when you have a group like Hezbollah that is outside of full government control, you're going to have to enforce what in Israel my friends referred to as the rules of the game. And that means that every time they start to launch rockets and build up militarily on the border, there's going to have to be strikes and there's going to have to be attacks on the command and control. So I think that's not incompatible with the long-term trajectory to peace, but Israel would be foolish not to do these things and just to allow another buildup on its borders. We saw that in 2006.
All right, moving on to Syria, we know that the United States is very much prioritizing a security agreement with Syria and Israel. That's their goal. What's your take on this most recent event in Syria with forces of al-Shara allegedly having some involvement in some of these recent attacks on the IDF during a counter-terror operation?
Well, especially in the south of Syria is an area of great sensitivity for Israel. This is a very delicate balancing act for Shara. Shara, on the one hand, was brought into power by pretty hardline Islamist and nationalist forces, militias. And so on the one hand, he would lose faith if he's not seen, or face if he was not seen as protecting Syrian territory, and Israel's sort of raids into Syria and presence in southern Syria is problematic in terms of keeping his coalition together. At the same time, he clearly does not want to get into a toe-to-toe with the IDF, nor are his forces capable of doing that. When we've seen this previously, as happened with the Druze communities and some of the fighting where his forces got involved as opposed to local militias, he pretty quickly pulled them back and said, I really don't want to get into a situation where we're getting airstrikes from the Israeli Air Force. So I think it's probable because he does not have full control over all the militias and even the entire state apparatus yet that there'll be continued incidents like that. But I'm pretty certain that he does not want to go to a full military confrontation with Israel, that he would certainly lose and that would destabilize a very fragile situation that he has in Damascus.
Well, let's hope that the U.S. can pressure al-Shara and the relevant parties into an agreement that works for both sides. We do have to leave it there, but I want to thank you for joining us today, Colonel Rich Outzen.
Good to be with you.
And I'm joined now by the Director of Research at the Israel Defense and Security Forum, Or Issacharoff. Thanks for being with us. I'd like to touch on several fronts, but starting with Gaza.
Good to be with you.
Our troops are deployed along the yellow line. There are almost daily local deadly clashes, especially in Rafah. At the same time, there are reports that Hamas is reasserting civil control to most of the towns and cities in Gaza. Is the ceasefire eroding our ability to strike forcefully, or are we resigned to the U.S. basically making the decisions on the ground, including the maintenance of the ceasefire?
Well, look, I don't think it's a binary choice between these two. The ceasefire terms are very clear. The 20-point plan is online, and anyone can see it. And it explicitly says that Gaza needs to be demilitarized and Hamas needs to give up control over Gaza. It is very clear. And the point of these international forces is exactly to do exactly that. I personally doubt their ability to do that. And that's why we estimated already in IDSF that at some form we'll have to go back to resume the fighting, given that no Turkish, Qatari, Azeri, or Indonesian force will actually force Hamas to demilitarize. And, when I listen to officials in both Israeli and American administrations, it seems like they understand that. And the question is, what conditions will bring both Israel and the U.S. to realize that in the Gaza Strip there will be no other choice but to finish off Hamas with the IDF military force. I'm assuming that they want to let it happen, as in they want these forces to prove that Hamas will not be demilitarized in any other way. And let's see what the next steps will be. But this is absolutely the objective, and I don't think it has been changed.
Not terribly optimistic. Well, let's turn to Lebanon. We just reached a year of ceasefire, and Hezbollah is trying to rebuild. There have been over 700 Israeli strikes into Lebanon during the past year, with Israel citing ceasefire violations all the way through. Hezbollah is reportedly planning to retaliate for last week's attack that killed the Hezbollah chief of staff. Are we expecting another major round of fighting?
We should always be prepared. I think the main lesson from October 7 and the ensuing multi-front war is that Israel has always to prepare for a maximalist scenario. As you know, in IDSF, we already alerted in 2022 in our strategic assessment against the option of a multi-front war, and very sadly, it started on October 7, 2023. I don't think Hezbollah understands the terms of the ceasefire. The ceasefire was very clear. If Hezbollah obtains weapons, it is considered a violation of a ceasefire. And if American sources are to be believed, Iran wired Hezbollah over $1 billion, and Hezbollah is feverishly attempting to rehabilitate its stockpile of weapons. And so Israel is free to act in Lebanon per the terms of the ceasefire, and the Lebanese government decided to disarm Hezbollah. So these are terms that are not up to discussion. And Hezbollah is a terrorist group funded by Iran. It is its interest to keep on fighting and killing Israeli civilians. And it is to be seen in what way will Israel and the international community arrive at the conclusion that Hezbollah has to be finished off once and for all. They got a very severe blow last year. And during the war in Lebanon, and I sure hope we won't have to do it, and that the Lebanese government and the Lebanese people will understand that they have to really spew out this terrorist group that has been demolishing Lebanon for decades.
So many fronts and so little time. Well, Israel has launched yet another anti-terror operation, this time in Samaria. There are sweeps and curfews and many arrests. What is Israel trying to accomplish in Judea and Samaria? Is there any end game in sight? Are we at least eyeing some kind of a potential ceasefire for Judea and Samaria as well?
Well, I wouldn't be that optimistic over there, but I would say that Israel has, in my view, yet to decide. And that's unfortunate, because what we expect is a clear endgame to Judea and Samaria as well. As you know, when Israel doesn't decide, it leaves a vacuum that lets other international forces slip in. And we saw it in the September recognition of a Palestinian state by some European nations and nations around the world. Israel right now with this operation is attempting to really arrest and forestall all of these planned terrorist attacks against Israeli civilians. Some of them are Iranian-backed and Iranian-directed. And some of them are not. But Israel's endgame in Judea and Samaria is yet to be revealed. We offered the Emirates plan as one solution to disperse and divide the power of the Palestinian Authority between local governors and to enact the Israeli law on the entire rest of the territory. And that's something that in the statehood level needs to be decided. And I'm assuming that because of all the attention that Gaza, Lebanon, Iran, and other fronts were getting, Judea and Samaria was kept in low flame until such time that we have to deal with it. My strong suggestion is to deal with it sooner than later and come sooner than the next unforeseen crisis, because the situation in Judea and Samaria is not stable, and we absolutely have to change fundamentally the political architecture of that region.
Ori Sakharov, so many fronts in so little time. Thank you so much for being with us today at ILTV.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be with you.
And joining us now for more is Reserves Major General Yaakov Amidror. He's the former head of Israel's National Security Council, and he's now with the Ginza Strategic Center. General Amidror, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we should be, of course, immensely grateful. Another hostage returned. Almost all the hostages are now back. In theory, that should be now leading Gaza from phase 1 of the agreement into phase 2. We know on paper what that's supposed to look like, but based on what is actually happening in Gaza and in the region, how do you think it's going to develop in the next few weeks?
I think that the Americans will continue their efforts to organize forces that will come into Gaza to do what is needed according to the plan to disarm Hamas and to begin the rebuilding of Gaza. First of all, to understand what is the situation, and then to make some preparations and plans. I think that they are too optimistic. I don't see the countries which will be ready to send their forces to fight Hamas. I don't see Hamas ready to disarm itself. It is true that if you would ask the same question a few months ago, I probably, my answer was very pessimistic about the ability of the Americans to convince Hamas to release the hostages, and it happened. So we have to be very careful. As far as we can understand the situation today, the Americans didn't succeed to move Hamas towards any agreement about disarming them. And without such an agreement, I don't know who will do the job.
Well, in the meantime, there has been a situation that's developed with one half of the Gaza Strip in Israel in the IDF's hands, another in a resurgent Hamas. We see Hamas reasserting itself in that area of Gaza. Is that a status quo that Israel and the IDF can live with, can maintain?
Israel can maintain it if no hostages in the hands of Hamas. The IDF is a buffer between Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Gaza envelope population. From our point of view, we can continue for a long time. There is no any pressure on Israel in this situation. We are in a good position to defend ourselves, to defend the people around Gaza. Hamas is separated from Egypt. They cannot smuggle in a weapon system. They cannot continue to produce inside Gaza. They lost their ability to produce in Gaza. Yes, they can recruit more members to the organization. They can train them. They can prepare more explosives and traps for the IDF in the future. Hamas will be stronger, but not in a level which will stop the IDF if the IDF decide to go and to take control of this area where Hamas is now. So from that point of view, this situation, Israel is not any under pressure. But I think that the Americans are under pressure because the more time Hamas is holding the area, less are the chances to convince the organization to be disarmed. And the suffering of the people in Gaza is enormous. I mean, to live in these circumstances under the control of this organization, it's a nightmare. And I think that the Americans understand it, the Arab countries understand it. And I will not be surprised if at the end of the day, the Americans and others, some on the table, some under the table, will tell us, you know what, do the job and destroy Hamas. And we will have to resume the war in Gaza.
Resume the war in Gaza, and there is a similar situation seems to be developing on the northern front with Lebanon. Again, the question is, who is going to disarm Hezbollah according to the terms of that agreement? So are we basically looking at a return to potentially a multi-front war in the either near or certainly coming future?
The situation in the north is a different situation because there is a government, there is an address of responsibility inside the Lebanon, unlike Gaza, in which Hamas is the top organization. It is the body which is governing the Gaza Strip. So in Lebanon, the situation is a different one. But yes, it might come at the end to a situation in which the Americans and maybe even the Lebanese government under the table will tell us, guys, we don't know how to do it, we cannot do it, do whatever you can, and we will have to take care for Hezbollah. It's a different kind of a war. Now there is no any threat from land forces towards our settlements in the north. It will be probably almost totally Air Force operation against facilities and capabilities of Hezbollah. It is not two front, it is one front, probably totally Air Force operation, and the other one will be with huge land forces, ground forces going into Gaza. And remember that unlike what happened in Lebanon 2 years ago, year and a half ago, today Syria is a country which is hostile to Hezbollah in Lebanon.
All right, Yaakov Amidror, thank you for joining us on ILTV.
Thank you very much for hosting me.
And now the IDF is weighing a major escalation in Syria after new intelligence suggests that Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara's own general intelligence forces may have directly fired on Israeli troops during this weekend's operation in Beit Jin. More from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
What began as a routine arrest raid has now turned into one of the most dangerous incidents since Israel entered southern Syria late last year. Israeli media reports that if the IDF confirms regime involvement, the army could shift from targeted arrests to a far more aggressive strategy, including frequent, precise airstrikes to break the growing network of terrorist cells near the Syrian-Israeli border. Khan News says at least some of the operatives planning attacks against IDF troops and against Druze communities are directly linked to President al-Shara's general intelligence. These same cells have reportedly been behind earlier attacks in Qadar in eastern Syria. The weekend operation began when members of the IDF's 55th Reserve Brigade entered Beit Jin to arrest two brothers from the Al-Jama al-Islamiyah terror group. The two were suspected of planting explosives and helping launch a missile at Israel. They were taken into custody without resistance, but as the troops withdrew, gunmen opened fire. A heavy gunfight erupted. 6 Israeli soldiers were wounded, 3 of them seriously. The brigade commander himself was hit while trying to reach trapped soldiers. Drones, helicopters, and fighter jets were rushed in, striking pre-planned targets and providing cover for the extraction. Syrian media claims 13 people were killed. Israel said that several terrorists were eliminated. Syria is accusing Israel of trying to ignite the region, but Israeli officials say just the opposite, that it's the al-Shara regime that's fanning the flames, backing militias that have targeted Druze and other minorities for months. For nearly a year, the IDF has maintained 9 positions inside southern Syria, mostly in the UN buffer zone, preventing terror elements from filling the void created after the fall of the al-Assad regime. Troops operate as far as 15 kilometers inside Syria to seize weapons before they can be smuggled to hostile forces. With new evidence pointing to direct Syrian regime involvement, the IDF may move from a defensive posture to a new, more forceful, preventative phase.
When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order.
ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm Medina Naftali, and here's your roundup of the latest developments coming out of Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu's request for a presidential pardon to end his corruption trial has been transmitted to the Pardons Department in the Ministry of Justice, which will collect opinions from legal authorities, then pass them to the president's legal advisor. Only after that will the president make a final decision. Netanyahu formally submitted the pardon request to President Herzog, seeking to end his long-running corruption trial, charges of fraud, bribery, and breach of trust. He stressed the move served the national interest, arguing that the trial is tearing Israel apart and that the country needs a restoration of unity. The Prime Minister also points to U.S. President Donald Trump's call for an immediate end to the trial, so the two leaders can coordinate on strategic regional opportunities. Coalition supporters, including ministers and partners of Netanyahu, called the pardon a necessary step to heal deep social divisions and enable the government's focus on security challenges. But opposition leaders and democracy watchdogs warn that giving clemency before a verdict without admission of guilt or political retirement would strike a serious blow to the rule of law and equality before the law. President Herzog characterized the request as extraordinary, stating he will consider it seriously and responsibly. And now the issue of the draft exemption bill is set to escalate today in the Knesset as the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee begins debating the revised draft. The proposal would continue granting full-time yeshiva students military exemptions while weakening oversight and eliminating sanctions for draft evaders over the age of 26. The committee's own legal advisor has already warned the bill is unlikely to pass high court scrutiny and is not a conscription law. Criticism is pouring in from across the political spectrum. Former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant from the Likud called the bill inconceivable, accusing his own party of reaching a new low, and warned that within 15 years, 1 in 3 Jewish males may not serve in the IDF. He said he lost his job for refusing to back such a law, calling Haredi enlistment a military necessity. The Democrats' party leader Yair Golan said the bill permits draft evasion and will not survive Supreme Court review. This legislation, as is, would continue exempting full-time yeshiva students from military service, while also supposedly increasing conscription among Haredi graduates who finished their studies. However, the current bill removes various provisions from a previous draft that were intended to ensure that those registered for yeshiva study are actually studying, and cancels all sanctions on draft evaders when they turn 26. The coalition is expected to push ahead with the bill, setting up a major legal and political showdown. This just in, the IDF says 2 terrorists were killed after crossing Israel's yellow line in northern Gaza. Now the ceasefire is generally holding, but local clashes continue. The IDF confirms that yesterday, the commander of Hamas's East Rafah battalion, his deputy, and 2 other operatives were killed yesterday after they tried to escape a tunnel complex in eastern Rafah, an area under full IDF control where dozens of Hamas terrorists remain trapped underground. The 4 were spotted emerging from the tunnel and were killed by IDF troops and Air Force strikes. The army says more than 30 terror operatives have been killed in recent weeks as they attempted to flee, with another 8 captured. Hamas sources estimate 60 to 80 of their members are still holed up below the city. Israel refuses any deal that allows terrorist free passage. The IDF believes the remaining operatives are running out of food and supplies and may be starting underground. Finally, this may come as music to your ears, but Israeli researchers are saying that dieting could be bad for you. A new study from Ben Gurion University shows that losing weight for middle-aged adults may help the body, but could harm the brain. The researchers found that dieting for weight loss triggered inflammation in the hypothalamus, which is the part of the brain that controls appetite, energy, and other vital functions. This type of inflammation is linked to cognitive decline in conditions like Alzheimer's. Researchers say weight loss is still important for people with obesity, but we need to understand how dieting affects the aging brain. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest updates coming out of Israel. I'm India Naftali. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth on JNS. I'm Emily Schrader, and this week we're taking a look at the bad faith attacks on Christian Zionists, which were spearheaded by folks like Tucker Carlson. We'll speak to Sandra Hagee Parker, the chairwoman of Christians United for Israel Action Fund, to explore the theological basis for Christian Zionism, plus a deep dive into how the Islamic Republic of Iran continues to evade sanctions, even while the country is seemingly collapsing internally. First, I want to talk a little bit about what's happening in the Gaza Strip. A supposed ceasefire may be in effect, even though Hamas is currently in violation of it for many weeks, given they're still holding 3 hostage bodies. But the U.S. administration isn't letting that stop them from pushing forward with a proposal for later stages of this same agreement. This new international plan being pushed at the UN by the United States to govern the Gaza Strip, it would create a transnational authority that would control security, administration, and borders in the Gaza Strip. Now, already Russia has put forward its own version, endorsing Palestinian statehood, and both superpowers are trying to shape the future of Gaza from thousands of miles away. The idea that they're selling is simple: put Gaza under international control, bring in neutral security forces, remove Hamas from power, hold elections, and create a path to stability. But what they're proposing is not just unrealistic, it's dangerous, and it's been done before. Every time the West has attempted to engineer governance in highly radicalized or internally divided societies, it has failed. We've seen this again and again. The United States forced elections in Gaza previously, and Hamas won in a landslide. Then they carried out a violent coup against Fatah. In Lebanon, UNIFIL was supposed to disarm Hezbollah, with millions of U.S. taxpayer dollars being poured into international force, but Hezbollah is now more powerful than the Lebanese army. Iraq, after the United States invasion, descended into sectarian war and eventually gave rise to ISIS. Libya collapsed into chaos and militia rule after the NATO intervention. Afghanistan received 20 years of Western nation building and fell back into Taliban control the moment the United States left. The lesson is consistent. When the West imposes its own models on societies that are deeply tribal, religiously motivated, and politically fractured, the project collapses and leaves a bigger crisis behind. Now, skeptics may look at West Germany or Japan after World War II as examples of successful foreign-guided transitions, but these cases are not remotely comparable to Gaza or the Arab world. Both countries were already coherent nation states. They had functioning civil infrastructure, they weren't divided by clan-based or sectarian factions, and most importantly, they were not ruled by a radical Islamic theocracy or exposed to transnational jihadist ideology. None of the conditions that made Germany and Japan successful are present in Gaza today. And this brings us to a central problem. There is no real evidence that this international plan could successfully remove Hamas from power or disarm them. Not one country involved in this plan has explained how they would physically disarm a terror army that has spent years building bunkers, weapon stockpiles, and underground cities. And history shows why these promises should not be believed. United Nations Resolution 1559 ordered Hezbollah to disarm. It never happened. United Nations Resolution 1701 reiterated it years later. Never happened. Hezbollah only grew stronger. There's no reason to believe that Gaza would be any different. In fact, this plan sends the exact opposite message. It tells Palestinians that October 7th, which was not about statehood, but about erasing Israel, has resulted in international pressure for a new political process. That signal rewards terrorism and teaches that extreme violence leads to political gains. It undermines the few remaining moderates in Palestinian society and further destroys the authority of the Palestinian Authority. And let's not ignore the core of the conflict: Palestinian rejectionism. Every major plan for peace or statehood since 1937 has been rejected by Palestinian leadership, and polling shows that a large majority of Palestinians celebrated October 7th attacks. This is not a society prepared for responsible governance or peaceful coexistence. It's a society radicalized through education, media, and religious incitement for generations. No international committee can undo that in a year or even in a decade. If the West truly wants to help Palestinians, it must do what this plan refuses to address. It must support the slow development of responsible leadership. It must end the pay-for-slay payments. It must reform textbooks. It must hold leaders accountable for incitement in Arabic. And it must make all aid conditional on real political reform. It must shut down UNRWA, which has spent decades entrenching radicalization, instead of resolving it. The only path to a lasting future is when two sovereign nations decide their future together of their own will. It can't be forced from the outside. Every attempt to do so has failed, and this plan will fail for the same reasons. And now on to our headlines. We have a lot to unpack this week when it comes to Iran. First up, the water crisis in Iran has morphed into a direct threat to the regime's very survival. Tehran, with some 10 million residents, is preparing for regular water cuts as dams fail and years of mismanagement collide with a severe drought. Now, the situation is worse than the regime is willing to admit. According to the most recent data, only 23.2 billion cubic meters of water entered Iran's dams by August 2025. That's a drop of 42% compared to last year and represents one of the lowest inflows in recorded history. More than half of major reservoirs are at or below 50% capacity, and one of Tehran's key dams is down to 8%. Nationwide, 10% of Iran's dams are effectively dry. Now, groundwater data is even more alarming. Iran currently extracts approximately 57 billion cubic meters of groundwater every year. And of Iran's 609 aquifers, more than 300 are in critical condition. Per capita renewable water resources have collapsed from nearly 4,500 cubic meters in the 1970s to roughly 1,500 today, which puts Iran firmly below the global water stress threshold. Now, the incompetent government blames climate change, but in reality, it's actually because of decades of corrupt infrastructure spending, shoddy maintenance, and the diversion of water to elite districts that's turned this resource crunch into a full-blown political crisis. Protests are already beginning in smaller towns where tap water is running out, and citizens are angry that their basic survival comes after the regime's foreign terror projects. This matters for Israel, of course, and its allies, because a domestic crackup inside Iran could push the regime to escalate through its terror proxies or even through its nuclear program as a way to deflect public anger. Now, the water crisis also reveals a central truth about the Islamic Republic. This is a regime that talks about exporting revolution and building proxy armies, but it can't even keep the taps running in its own capital. Well, the trouble from the Islamic Republic of Iran doesn't end with the domestic crisis. However, the regime has once again escalated maritime tensions in the region after the IRGC Navy seized the Marshall Islands-flagged tanker Talara in the Gulf of Oman this week. The ship was carrying approximately 30,000 tons of petrochemical product when multiple fast craft surrounded it and forced it into Iranian territorial waters under what Tehran claims is a judicial order. Now, this incident took place just about 40 kilometers off the UAE coast near the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most important energy chokeholds on the planet. Now, the significance of this move really cannot be overstated. First, it's a direct assertion of power by the Islamic Republic in a critical global trade route, where approximately 20% of the world's seaborne oil passes daily. By seizing a foreign tanker mid-transit, the Islamic Republic sends a clear message that it can disrupt global energy flows at any time it wants, sanctions or not. This is maritime coercion. Second, this seizure comes at a moment of heightened regional pressure on Tehran. After months of Israeli and American action against Iranian proxy terror networks and infrastructure, the regime is signaling that while its economy is struggling and water reservoirs are collapsing, it still has hard power options that can create global consequences. Third, it's not an isolated incident. The Islamic Republic of Iran has a long history of using tanker seizures to extract leverage and retaliate against international pressure. Now, it's done this repeatedly over the past decade, and every time it makes one thing clear. Even under sanctions, Iran's maritime and oil networks remain active and dangerous. For Israel and its allies, this serves as a warning. The energy waterways are a key front in Iran's strategic playbook. The Talara incident is a reminder that the Islamic Republic can project power far beyond its borders, and that any plan to contain the regime must include maritime security and tighter coordination against Iran's shadow fleet, which I'll get into in just a few minutes. So how are they getting away with it? Now, most disturbingly, data shows that the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is under heavy sanctions, has actually peaked in oil exports in the month of October, begging the question, how? Let's break it down. The truth is, this regime is still making tens of billions of dollars every year from oil. Not quietly, not secretly, but openly. This is the single most important financial story driving the security crisis in the Middle East. It's the reason the regime can threaten Israel. It's the reason Hezbollah remains armed to the teeth. It's the reason the Houthis are able to fire missiles. It's the reason Iranian drones reach Europe and Africa. And almost no one is talking about it or understands what's actually happening. Despite sanctions, the regime is still exporting well over 1.4 million barrels of oil every single day. Now, if the global price of oil is $80 a barrel, Iran is selling it at a discount that brings it to about $60 or $65 a barrel. That means the regime earns approximately $100 million per day, every 24 hours, and none of it is going to the Iranian people. It doesn't rebuild hospitals. It doesn't fix the collapsing water system. It doesn't help families who cannot afford bread due to 40 to 50% inflation. This money goes straight to the regime's military system and its proxy terror network. And how does Iran get away with this while supposedly being under sanctions? It's because the regime has spent 4 decades building a global sanctions evasion machine, a perfected criminal economy run by the IRGC. They operate one of the largest illegal shipping networks on the planet. Analysts call it the ghost fleet. These are more than 300 old and, frankly, unreliable tankers that constantly change their names, fake their flag registrations, turn off their tracking systems, and vanish from radar. They perform ship-to-ship transfers in the middle of the ocean, usually at night. They repaint the hulls. They falsify documents. They spoof coordinates. Some of these vessels even travel with navigation systems turned off, which, of course, is incredibly dangerous, simply to avoid detection. And where does all this oil go? Almost all of it goes to China. China is the financial lifeline of the Islamic Republic. Chinese refiners buy discounted Iranian crude that is marketed as Malaysian blend or Oman heavy or generic fuel oil. This is not speculation. It's thoroughly documented by Reuters, tanker trackers, and multiple United States Treasury designations. So to summarize, the regime sells illegal oil, China knowingly buys illegal oil, and the world pretends not to notice because cheap oil benefits everyone except the Iranian people and all those who suffer from the terrorism that this regime exports. Now let's talk about where that money actually goes. Once the regime gets paid, likely through restricted Chinese accounts, the funds are controlled by the IRGC. The Revolutionary Guards and the Quds Force command these revenue streams through networks of front companies and, allegedly, through the giant construction and logistics conglomerate known as Khatam al-Anbiya. The money is then distributed across the regime's terror portfolio. Now, according to U.S. intelligence assessments, congressional research reports, and U.S. Treasury designations, Hezbollah receives an estimated $700 million to $1 billion per year. The Houthis in Yemen receive between $150 and $250 million. Iraqi militias receive between $100 million and $200 million. And Hamas receives an estimated $70 to $100 million each year, in addition to weapons, training, intelligence support, and engineering assistance for rockets and drone systems. So when people ask how Hezbollah keeps stockpiling rockets, or how the Houthis continue firing ballistic missiles, or how the Islamic Republic continues to expand its nuclear program despite sanctions, the answer is simple. The Islamic Republic of Iran is still making money every single day, and sanctions are not being enforced. Now here is the part that almost no one talks about. We could shut this down tomorrow. The only thing missing is the political will. There are 5 major pressure points that could crush the regime's revenue stream without firing a single shot. First, target the ghost fleet. Don't sanction ship names, which can be changed. Instead, sanction the hull numbers, which cannot be changed. If the United States and European Union banned 200 hull numbers from receiving insurance or entering ports, half of Iran's export capacity would collapse instantly. Second, go after the Chinese refineries that knowingly purchase Iranian crude. These facilities depend on Western equipment and Western financing. If even 3 of them were sanctioned, the entire network could collapse. Third hit the front companies. Most of these firms in Hong Kong, Malaysia, Singapore, and the UAE will collapse the moment they're listed by the U.S. Treasury. 4. Seize ships again. When the United States captured the giant tanker known as Grace 1, it disrupted the regime's smuggling operations for months. Repeated seizures could deter the entire network. 5. Cyber disruption. The IRGC uses specific Chinese bank accounts, cryptocurrency wallets, and payment pipelines for its oil trade. Cyber operations targeting these channels can cripple the entire machine. This is how you can collapse the Islamic Republic's financial backbone without a war, and how you force the regime to choose between funding terror proxies and surviving internally. The Islamic Republic is not sanctioned in practice, it's sanctioned on paper. And the moment the world chooses to enforce those sanctions with real consequences, Iran's financial lifeline ends. Now, jumping back to Israel, today we have a very special guest joining us to shed some light on the perspective of Christian Zionists after the recent fallout from pundits like Tucker Carlson, who now famously stated that he hates Christian Zionists and has been spearheading a hate campaign against them, along with several others who are self-declared right-wing pundits. Now, Sandra Hagee Parker is the chairwoman of Christians United for Israel Action Fund. She's also an attorney, author, and public speaker. This fund supports a strong U.S.-Israel relationship, standing up to anti-Semitism, defending Israel's right to self-defense and self-determination. Sandra, thank you so much for joining us today on Axis of Truth. We're at a very unusual time in America, particularly, and in recent weeks, we've seen an alarming, well, what I consider alarming resurgence of blatant anti-Semitism in America, not only from Islamists, but from far-right extremists like Nick Fuentes. One of the most concerning aspects is that they're claiming to be Christian nationalists and to be supporters of President Trump. What's your take on this hijacking of Christianity that we see?
Emily, you said it exactly as it is. It's a hijacking. It is usurping the banner of Christianity in order to legitimize one's anti-Semitism. And funnily enough, it's not new. This is something that has happened for centuries, whether you're talking about the Spanish Inquisition, the Crusades, Martin Luther, Adolf Hitler. Every generation has tried and failed to use the banner of Christianity as a way to authorize them to say and do whatever they want to the Jewish people and after 1948, the modern state of Israel.
Now, how can Christians fight against this pernicious trend of those speaking in the name of Christianity, yet actively espousing anti-Semitic canards and stereotypes?
Sure. Well, I think the first thing for every single Christian to remember is that the Bible is above the Constitution, right? Right now, we kind of have this like wrapping ourselves in the American flag and free speech and the First Amendment. And of course, this is America and we hold that value sacrosanct. But your party is not your faith. And MAGA is not the same thing as being a Christian. And being a conservative is not the same thing as being a Christian. And I can understand how people can get confused because sometimes the platform of the Republican Party or conservatism has wrapped itself in Judeo-Christian values, which is outstanding. However, it's up to the Christian to be able to discern when what is being said from their party or their favorite pundit contravenes the word of God. And when it does, the word of God prevails. So it's important for a Christian to know why they support the state of Israel, because if their favorite pundit or their favorite party comes against the state of Israel, they cannot be moved.
Now, you frequently cited passages such as Genesis 12:3, I will bless those who bless you, and Romans 11:1 and 2, in support of Christian Zionism as an aspect of Christian theology itself. Could you break down how you interpret those texts as mandating active support for Israel, and how you respond to critics who say this interpretation conflates theology with foreign policy?
Well, first of all, Israel is not a policy issue for members of Christians United for Israel. It is not a political issue, it is a biblical issue. And for those of us that are old enough, we can all remember when American politics saw Israel the same way. Democrats and Republicans, independent, what have you, were pretty much unanimous in how they viewed the nation of Israel. So that modern politics decided to make Israel a policy issue is not on Christians. From Genesis to Revelation, the Bible is a Zionist document. Christians, non-denominational evangelical Christians specifically, believe the entire Bible is true. The Old Testament is just as relevant as the New Testament. The Old Testament we see as God's will concealed. The New Testament is God's will revealed. Of course, they are written to different parties, different persons, but for the same purpose. And when you read in the Old Testament, when people say Old Covenant, those are all euphemisms for replacement theology to try to make you think that the Old Testament is not relevant anymore. If the Old Testament is not relevant anymore, then God is not a covenant-keeping God, and God is a promise breaker. The Bible is either all true or it's all false. And so Christians believe, not just with respect to what the Bible says about the nation of Israel, Christians believe that with respect to everything, the Bible is true. God has left us a rule book, right? And so we don't make the rules, we just read them. And the Bible is extremely clear about the covenant that God made with the Jewish people. The Bible says that God's name is in Jerusalem, that Israel is the apple of God's eye. If Israel is important to God, then it is important to a Christian. Similarly, in the New Testament, when Paul says, I am of the tribe of Benjamin, have I been cast aside? Certainly not. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. May they prosper who love you. I could go on, but you would have to have a faith that I am not capable of maintaining to go through the theological acrobatics to convince yourself that Christians have replaced Jews in the economy of God and that Israel is no longer important to God or Christians.
Recently, political pundit Tucker Carlson stated that he hates Christian Zionists, labeling some of their beliefs as a brain virus or even Christian heresy. Alarmingly, we also see a huge outpouring of support for Carlson instead of condemnation, even from many self-proclaimed Christian voices. Why do you think this is happening now, and how would you respond to these kinds of attacks?
Cowardice is why it's happening, whether one doesn't want to be ostracized from, I won't say the mainstream media because that doesn't exist anymore, right? It's about podcasts and all of these things. It used to be in news, if it bleeds, it leads. Now it's if it clicks, it sticks. And so it's hilarious to me that pundits, whose job is quite literally to have an opinion and to let their opinion be known, all of a sudden say, we're friends. I don't care if you're friends. Have them over for Christmas. It's irrelevant to me. But what do you say? What is your opinion about the views that he is espousing, about the views that he is legitimizing? As a pundit, your job is to either embrace or distance yourself from those. And I think evidence of the fact that Christian Zionists are here and not going away is the fact that Tucker issued a half-hearted, you can't even call it an apology. It's kind of like, that's not what I meant. Because whoops, millions of people don't like being told that they have brain rot. Because millions of people are actually educated on the Bible, and they see through his efforts to delegitimize Judaism, to de-Judaize Jesus. And, they're not going to stand for it. So we're only going to see more from the grassroots of Christians United for Israel, from the Christian church in general, whether you're a member of CUFI or not, that this is a bridge too far, because we believe that the creation of the modern state of Israel, the Bible says a nation will be born in a day. The Jewish people coming to live in Israel are proof that God Almighty is who he says he is. And if you do not believe that, then you do not believe the Bible.
Does this kind of rhetoric matter in terms of how Christian Zionists are perceived? And will it affect your position or the position of CUFI going forward?
I mean, in terms of our mission, our mission will always remain clear. We have always been willing to go where the fight is. When we started CUFI, people were like, are you kidding? Anti-Semitism isn't real. Like, this is not 1940. What are you doing? And so we will always go where the fight is. And if that fight is now to what I would call the right of the right, I still think that we're absolutely dealing with fringe elements in the Republican Party. Of course, the largest vulnerability being the young people. We have seen how the policies in the classroom that are taught become the policies in the public square. And we have seen that what happened in America's colleges and universities after 10/7 shows the influence not of organic activism, but foreign influence have on America's colleges and universities. You've heard the rumor and innuendo of who Tucker may or may not be partnered with respect to his business in terms of their influence in media. You've seen in entertainment. Entertainers go to Qatar and the Middle East, and then all of a sudden come back, and comedians who have no business and foreign policy, much less a working knowledge, say Israel be genocide. And you can see the influence of the enemies of Israel. The church cannot be bought and will not be bought. And as such, it's our job to do what we can to combat lies with truth and to show anybody that has any questions as to Israel, its role in the Bible, the Jewish people, and our mandate to stand with them. It's our job to make sure that they understand that and to create a place for them to feel welcomed to express that view.
How would you respond to the claim that Christian Zionists and all Zionists are putting Israel first and not America first? What does America first even mean to you?
America first doesn't mean America only. The Bible doesn't say America first, right? I am a Christian and I have national pride. I am not a Christian nationalist. To operate at the exclusion of others, I think, is kind of fundamentally unchristian. However, when I hear America first, when I hear President Trump say America first, I know President Trump doesn't mean America only. And you can see Trump's actions to see that he doesn't think it means America only. And if you are truly America first and you look at it completely agnostically and you don't give any mind to any other nation other than your own, then the most rational and reasonable thing that you can do as an American is continue to ally with Israel, the only democracy in the Middle East, to continue to invest in Israel, because America doesn't spend money in Israel. America doesn't give foreign aid to Israel. America invests to Israel with an ROI that is exponential. People say aid as if they have their hand out asking for help. They are doing us a solid. They are fighting our shared enemies. They are defending our shared values. And by the way, they are buying machines and tools that we make in the United States of America, quite literally job stimulus and creation, improving upon it and sharing it with us for free. So hate Israel all you want, but if you care about America and if you care about your nation and if you care about national security and if you care about maintaining the American exceptionalism that has so far been responsible